So today in this video, we are going to start with a React project, and this React project will include the latest version, stable version, which is 18.3.1, and we'll try to implement Tailwind CSS to create a responsive UI where we have some reusable components, and the project would be a chat app, a app where you can create yourself as a user, you can start chatting around, and you can also join some group, and then you can also chat along. So this is going to be a good project, and here you will learn to incorporate JavaScript with React fundamentals, the state management, the reusable components, the hooks, the functional component syntax, and everything which is there in 18.3, alongside some Tailwind CSS implementations, the responsive UI designs, the classes, the inbuilt classes, everything. So for this, I have this React, and with this, we'll be using this Tailwind CSS, where this is one of the most popular CSS libraries. There are also tons and tons of libraries what are available to us in the market, but we'll start with this. And in order to run this entire application, obviously you need Node.js. So you can start to download this LTS version. During the recording of this video, it is 20.15.1, but don't worry, most of the concepts what I will teach you in this video will remain exactly the same, so nothing to worry. With this, we have Tailwind, which is somewhere around 3.3 version, 3.3.4, and React is gonna be on 18.3.1, 18.3.1. So if we go to Learn React, and here we can go for installation, start a new project. Here you will see, okay, these days React has taken a new curve where instead of directly using React, they encourage you towards more React frameworks, because React itself is a UI library, and the frameworks like Next.js, Remix, these are moreover towards more out of the box elements where we get more features like routing, authentication, dependency injection. There are tons and tons of things what you get, but this is what it is. And for now, what we will do is let's go directly to Tailwind CSS and click on Get Started. Now in this Get Started, here is the entire scenario how you should get started by creating Tailwind. But for now, let's go to Framework Guides. And in the framework guides, we have lots and lots of things. Do mention me in the comment section below if you want this Angular version as well. So in this, we definitely want to create a React app. So we click over here. So React app does not support custom PostCSS configuration and is incompatible with any important tools in the PostCSS ecosystem like PostCSS. Thus, we highly recommend using Vibe, Parcel, Next.js, or Remix instead of Create React app. They provide an equivalent or better developer experience, but with more flexibility, giving you more control over the Tailwind and PostCSS are configured. Nothing to worry. We'll do everything with a step-by-step thing, but it just says that, okay, if you want to use post CSS, so we recommend you to just have Vite installed. And if you want to know more about Vite, let me just show you. You can, using React, you can create a template based on Vite. So let's go to our Visual Studio Code. For this project, I will be using Visual Studio Code, because this is absolutely free, and all the features whatever I need will be available over here for absolutely free of cost. So now here, let's open up a new window. Let me just close any old folders what I have, sorry for mispronunciation. And in here, let's fire up our terminal. For the ease of this video, let me switch to a lighter theme. Okay, and now let's directly start with some installation. So whatever command you have copied, here I have npm create read @latest my project, and instead of my project, this is going to be a chat application. So we can say chat responsive UI. We can say something like this, okay? And we hit enter, and I just noticed we have okay, looks good. We can click on yes, and now this will install few things. Okay, we have this project, and now we can click on folder, and in the folder I have this project. Let's click select project, and in this project you can see that I have my React application. Let me just zoom in just like this, correct, so that you can see everything properly. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the video. And here now let's simply click on this npm install Tailwind CSS, and now we need to install few of the things. So no worries, let me just install this thing, hit enter, and now this will install things for you. Let's just wait, because right now what this will do, this will get Tailwind CSS, this will get node modules settled for you, this will also configure post CSS for you. So by the time we get this thing installed, here is your read config. Okay, nothing special regarding this, a normal read config. We have some readme files. We also have a package.json file where we have the name of a file, chipchat responsive UI. We have this as a private version, type as module. We have the dev as read because read is going to run our application. We have the latest React stable version, and we also have some of the dev dependencies. So these dev dependencies are required when I configure or when I want to create my entire application. So till my description regarding the entire file structure, where we have the source and simple files are there, nothing special, a normal file. We can cross-check all the files later, but here you can see a public file and we have this node file. So everything is pretty much straightforward, and this is our index file because this is a single page application. So whatever things what we do in React will be rendered inside this div root. Perfect. So if I go to my this project again, here I have the next step to just initialize Tailwind config file. And here you can see I have this post css.config file, nothing special right now. And now we also have this Tailwind CSS and a post CSS config file. Now in your Tailwind file, you need to just paste something like this. Let's hit save. And if you have this index.css, just copy this. And in your source, you have this CSS. Just remove everything and we'll do something like this. And now we can start our build process. But before we do, really, let me just take out this extra stuff, whatever is there in this component, because we are going to have our own UI. So let me just do like hello. Let's just remove the state. We'll not use this state right now. Okay. And instead of this, actually, I will be using my index.css because there I have included all those Tailwind things. So I will use index.css just like this. Let's hit save. Okay, let's hit save. And just now we can do npm run dev. And this now contains my application, which I can open up here. And this is my first Weed project. Bravo, congratulations, you have your first app running into your browser. Now, just to confirm that if we have Tailwind installed properly, what I can do is, instead of having this function, let's create a constant, and this constant is now going to be named as app. And here, let's quickly create an arrow function, which will then return one h1, where I can say class name is equal to text red 500 and I will say hello React. And it works out of the box. It works, guys. So Tailwind is properly installed, and the React latest version, which is 18.3.1, is also properly configured. If you are really liking this video, stay tuned. You are going to learn more and more things in this right now. So now, when this is properly configured, if we go back to this, now we have different things what we can do now. Okay, so we have flex for responsive, we have grid for responsiveness. So we have so many things. Now, let me just walk you through some of the basic concepts regarding Tailwind. So if this is my application, and let's say I create a div, and this div, I give it a class name, and I give it something like background of blue. So see what will happen. Nothing happened, but as soon as I do something like this, okay, we also need some of the, we need to be very exact towards what classes we are applying. So if we go to background color, do we have blue? I think we do have blue, but the color could be slightly different. Okay, so we have BG blue. And one thing I forgot, in div, you need to write something and then only you can see the actual thing. So you can see that, okay, the blue color is now easily visible, and you can play around with your favorite color. But actually, I have pretty much many different colors what I can play with. And let me just quickly show you. If I do something like this, then it's a blue. But if I do something like text white, then I see a text white. If I do something like p-2, this will give me some padding. If I do w screen, maybe, and if I do something like h screen, so this will now give me entire width. So this is how quickly I'm able to change and configure my design. You can see over here. And this is how, what I've done is I provided a BG blue, that means a background of tint 900. My text, whatever I write, should be white. I should receive a padding of 2, and this div should grab the entire width for a screen and entire height for the display height. And now if I remove everything, nothing happens, because already nothing goes back. Div never turns to a hidden state. Why? Because we already stated to this div that you are going to have something like this. Now it can happen that our application's main back theme, we might use 800 times. So at this time we come across a concept which is known as reusable components. So let's create a component, and in this I will just create one more component which can be a let's say for example our container, and container is going to be a React component. So we can say from import React from React, and what we can do is const container is equal to, or container, instead of container I will say something like wrapper, because this wraps everything. So a page wrapper will be fine for me right now, and in this I will just trim everything from here like this. And now I can just export default this, export default because we are not exporting anything from this file. It's just that whenever we try to import anything, we try to import anything from this file, this will be the default export what this file will provide you. So that's what we are doing, and that's what it is. And now let's copy this and bring it here. So I can do something like page wrapper like this, and in here we can now import this file from components/container. And I want to rename this file as page wrapper because component name was page wrapper. And now in this, we can hit save, and still everything works fine. Good. Now that means with this page wrapper, whatever I write in this, I want this component to accept some children's. So for this, what I can now do is I can say something like, in here, I'm gonna receive some props like this. And now this prop will give you the children. Let me just show you. Let me just try to return something like this. And now I can grab the values, whatever is available in props. Because we are not using TypeScript right now, so it can be some little difficult for you to understand what we are receiving, but this all will make sense. If you definitely want a TypeScript video as well, you can mention us and we will try to make that thing possible. So now if I try to do something like hello, this will now accept hello. Children is missing props validation. Right now you don't need to take care of all these things because we are not giving any prop type. You can actually give it a prop type, but as I already said, this is not a TypeScript project. So right now we'll ignore all of these things. Okay, we'll ignore all of those recommendations, whatever we are getting. So you can, if you want, you can also close some of the recommendations if you want. Otherwise, you can go on with whatever we are trying to do. But let me just tell you that these are some of the problems which are directly my VS Code is complaining about. For you, this won't be a case. Okay, this won't be a case for you. Okay, so we have this thing, and a shortcut is also available for this approach. What you can do is you can directly destructure children like this, and this is also available. Okay, and if this was something like TypeScript, then I would have done something like this, and then stated type for this. But no worries, right now it's all fine. It all makes sense right now. And there's also one more way to write this thing is you can say a function page wrapper just like this, and you can just remove, and this is also one way of writing the code. Okay, this is also another way of writing the code, and it all works. And if I go to the inspect, no errors. It's just my template which is complaining, nothing else. Okay, so right now we have created a reusable component, and now what we need is, in order to start for our application, we need some card. How can we create that card? Basically, first of all, you need to decide few of the things. Like for example, right now for this course, I will be going with Flexbox for my responsive UI designs with Tailwind, but definitely feel free to choose your own responsive layout, whether it can be a grid and row system, or it can be something else as well. It totally depends. So here I will just try to create a card. Okay, I will now try to create a card. I can do something like a card.jsx, and in this, let's create another component which is function card. And in this card, let's return a div like this. I will also export this as a default like this, and here I can now give a name, and the name will be BG. And this now depends what color you want to give. Either you can be very contrasty, you can play with contrasts. For example, let me show you one thing. Let's say I pick this color as my card color for my contrast. Let me just show you one example. And with this, let's hit save for now, and let's grab this card and try to incorporate a card inside this div like this. And similarly, I need to import this card from my component list. So from this, make sure to spell everything correct, components card. And right now, this can be a case that you don't see anything because we need some height. So for now, let me just give it something like screen, W screen. And now you see this thing, we have this card as well. Good, you have this card as well. Now, obviously we don't need such scenarios, but we need something where we can we can give a login screen to our users. Okay, we can give a loading screen to our users, and we can ask them to log into the application. So for this, let me show you a few of the more examples. If you go towards min height, then we can give a minimum height to our card. Like this is the minimum height what should be there, and it can extend accordingly. So now you can see that, okay, this looks like a thing now. Okay, now in our repo we need to do few more things. Just stay around and see what I'm trying to do. Here are my classes. Let me just split this into multiple lines just so that it becomes easy to understand what we are writing. So basically, I usually try to separate all those classes into different lines. This will allow more readability, and this will also improve the visibility of your code. So and now I will incorporate flags. So in order to use flags, you need a flags keyword and followed by which direction you want to go with. So for example, let's say I managed to go with flags, this one. So we can do something like flags direction, and then flag direction, flags row, and then how do you want to justify your content? To justify start, justify end, justify center, and then where you want to align your items. So it's align items. Okay, so let me just show you. I write flags column. And yeah, one more thing. When you want to do something like column, you can write col instead of column. And then you need justify center align or items to align it items center. As soon as I hit save and I go to my code, we just hit save over here. Justify center item center. Let me just check this thing. Flex call. Yeah, we are correct. And then let's check the spelling of this. Justify start, justify center. Let's check the spelling. Justify center. It's fine. It's looking fine. And item center, we did align items. So we need items to be in center. So this is my thing, items center. And this should have done the trick, but let me just check where things got wrong. So there was nothing wrong regarding our code, what we have done. It's just that you need to place some elements inside this, and then you will start to see this thing in center. So most of the things are working fine and it looks really good. But again, as in the card, we need some children's. So let's grab our children and we'll try to place that children in here like this. Let's hit save. And now within your app, you can now plan what you want. For example, and yeah, one more thing. In your card, I will also have flex. So if I go to my card component, I can place in the flex. Let's hit save. And what I recommend is you also install Prettier. So this Prettier formatter will format your code. So if I do something like configure Prettier, and now it's already formatted my code. So on each file, I can perform some formatting, and this will clean my code. Good. Now here, let's say I place 1 and 2. Now what will happen? You see, these are placed next to each other. Why? Because here the HTML or the Tailwind considers this element to be one element, and that column element, the column arrangement for the flex will only work when we differentiate these two properties into multiple elements. What I'm saying, let me just show you. Let's say I do something like P, and here I create another P with property of 2, and just let me grab this P, try to place it here. And now if you see, now these are aligned in columns. Okay, so with this, let me do one more thing. Minimum height is 2 and the minimum width is also 20. 20 is EM value. So now everything is in center. Obviously we need more, so let's go to the paper wrapper right now, and here let's first of all create whatever things we want. So we can say something like get started. Okay, we can say something like get started, and we can have a button. So we can say something like H1, and we can say something like get started. And for now, what I will do is I will split my page into some sections so that I can utilize this Windows feature where I can now convert my page into two halves. Just like this, and now it will be easy for me to represent what all we are developing. Okay, so now this is my center and this is my thing, what I'm trying to do. Now I can provide a div, I can provide a class name, and then in this class name I can provide some padding. In this padding can place this so that I have this thing, or we can say get or get the right amount features to chat with your loved ones. So right now I've written something on my screen and you can see that, okay, this looks good out of the box and this is also responsive. That means no matter how I shrink my video, no matter how I shrink my window, it's getting adjusted accordingly. Okay, so now you can see that it's following the basic h1 tags. Okay, it's following the basic style from the h1 tag, but what to do when I want Tailwind to take over and give me some styles? So in that case, let me show you that we have some font family, and in the font family you can decide how your font should look like. So out of the box, we have many kinds of font families, but it's up to you how you want to choose and what you want to choose. Okay, that totally depends on the way you want to configure. So let's say I want to use font sense, so I can do something like everything inside this will be of font sense. If I want to use mono, then I can say mono, and if I want to go for serif, I can say something like serif. So this is how I can change the font for my entire library. And we can also say many different fonts are available. But for now, for this purpose, I will stick to the default one. Okay, it's up to you. It's up to your application. It's your application. You can configure how you want. Now, when we come to the sizes, we have some different sizes for our text. For example, I can configure the entire size. For example, text SM will give me a small size. Text XS will even give me a more small size. But right now, I think based on my application, this is appropriate for me. Now, another thing is when you see something like in the card, we were having this flex justify center and everything, but here is just one children. He is just one child. That means we need some another thing just next to this so that we can have more better learnings of how we can create a responsive design, right? So for this, let me just take care of few more things. Let's get some back border radius, and when you want to get a border radius, just go towards your card, and in your card you can do something like rounded. And with this rounded, you can see that the edges are rounded, but if you want to increase the radius more, you can say something like this, or full will give you a circle look, but you can do something like Excel. And for me, the Excel is fine for me. Okay. And if I just decrease the size to 100, you can see how it looks. Okay, but that's not what we want. If we keep on 100%, that's the actual thing how we represent usually. So let me just configure this entire application based on 100%. So for this, whatever changes you need to make, let me just walk you through. Minimum height here, I can say something like 50 and 50. Okay, I can say 50 and 50. Let's hit save. Okay, one more thing. When you are dealing with height, there is some limitations till where you can go. Okay, we can say something like fit. Fit means whatever content is there, you need to fit accordingly. So I say something like fit. Okay, and now when you have this fit, um, now I can also explain how you can deal with your app.jsx. Here you saw this access. I can do something like LG, and this will drastically increase the size of my font. We also have few more things. Let me just show you on font sizes. We have 7XL, 5XL. So if I do something like 3XL, let me just show you this representation as well. You see, we are getting a more better approach. Let's go to 4XL. And right now 4XL looks good according to my needs. That's what I want. You can also provide some padding if you want. Okay, padding. Also, we have some margin because that content is already in there. And this content, if I show you something like this content, let me just show you with BG red, let's say 500. You can see that it's wrapping the entire body. That means if you want this to fit, we can provide some either margin to either padding to class, for example p3, p5, or we can provide something to our okay, looks good. Do we have 4? No, we have still 3. Okay, so this is how I'm designing my stuff. Now if you need some spaces, what I can do is I can again say something like flex call justify and this time it's start because I want my elements to be start aligned. That means directly start from the left hand side. And with this, I can also do something like items should be center. Oops, my bad. Okay, and let's just format this code a bit so that you can easily see. So till now what I have done is, let me just okay, so this is how I've done this part. Now once I have this entire design, let me just shrink this a bit so that I can see this thing clearly. Okay, and okay, good. Now with item start, I have everything, and now you can say gap. So gap is something like which will give you gap in between of your elements. So it creates some space based on your liking. So this now looks good to me. Okay. So now once this thing is also in place, and let me show you with margin as well if you are curious to check that thing as well. Margin will let you give more margin. Okay, let me just shrink a bit. Okay, good, perfect. Now with this thing in place, if I go back to my library here, I now need a button. So button is nothing but and also yeah, we can also have some box shadows. So you can do something like this. This is a card. So in the card you can do something like, and it's quite simple, shadow Excel. You get some shadow, and I can show you that if you see we are having this shadow. Okay, so shadow is also available. Let me just keep it 125% so that you can see this thing with ease. So we also have the shadow, and with this now just what we want is a button, so that our button can simply complete the design for us. So button we can create on our own. Let me show you how you can do it. With this app.js in your card, outside this div, okay, you can do something like button. Let me just show you one thing, and it says click. So this is my button, and if I do something like class name bg, suppose blue 800, this is my button. If I do width full width, and now you have two choices, either can place inside this, okay, or either you can keep it outside as well. Absolutely up to you. Now I can say mx stands for margin on the x-axis, and if I say it's something like 2, or you can do ml-2 from left or from right. Okay, so you have different options to play around. I say padding 2 or padding 1 will be good. Okay, and for rounded, I know I can do something like rounded MD, or you can also go with LG for more rounded nature. Again, up to you. And we can say something like register yourself, something like this. Okay, so we say register, or you have another option where you can say sign in. So you have two options right now. And now let me show you another trick of responsive UI design, where we can say div, again another div. And in this div, what I will be doing is interesting. Can have a class, but this time this class will have a flex of row, this time row, yeah, justify between items center, and this should be name. Perfect. Gap 2. W. So this is how we have created this design. So you can see with the help of, just with the help of powerful classes, we were able to achieve something which looked good. And with this, we can also do something like MT2 to get some margin from above, which is fine. And if you also want to incorporate some image, you can also fit that in. And for that, let me just show you one of the good example. I go to flat icon, and this flat icon here, you can grab some good images. Like let's say I say chat, and you can get some really good example. Okay, some really good uh, icons for your application, whatever you are trying to build. For the ease of this, I will just pick the any of the example, and you can get started. Okay, you can get started with whatever you love, whatever you like. You can surely pick. I have tons and tons of, like, there is plenty of choice, right? You can see, so you can pick any one. So now the image what I have downloaded, I will be just using that image over here, where I can now grab that image. I can import that image, and that image is something like chat front cover image of chat cover image from assets, and in the assets you have that image, so it's chat.png. Okay, now this already selected image, you can now dynamically place it over here, and now we have this. We obviously need to control this, but we can go into our index file, and we can something like, we can give it a ID if you want. ID, and ID can be chat underscore cover underscore ing. Let's grab this ID with the hash, and we can say something like width 20 em, or you can also use Tailwind CSS. So this is just my way to show you that, okay, this is also a feature, or in React what you can utilize just to use. Or if you want to use totally the Tailwind features, that let me just show you with that as well. You can just comment this part, go to your code, and in your code you can say class name and specify the width. So width 5 em, and there is a inbuilt class. Let me just show you. If I go over here, you will find a width, and it's like width 1 em, 2 em, need to be 16, so 64, w64. So with this you will get width of 64, and with this you can also say padding and also give some margin like this. And now you have a cool image, you have some text to represent your feelings, and also an image. Now coming to the next step, you can also give a border if you want. So we have something known as border color, so you can say something like border 4. So now what I have done is, let me just show you. If you go to this div here, you can just place border, how much border you want, and then this can be this can feel good according to you. Like let's say I give it a let me just show you from where you can grab the border properties. You can grab border color, what border color you want, how your border should look like. Okay, everything is available. For example, I grab a border where I have such properties like this. So now you see this looks like it is elevated. Okay, so these all properties are also there. There are tons and tons of things what you can play with. Okay, there are tons and tons of things what you can play with, and here is a lot more towards the library, whatever you see. So border is something where based on your theme, based on your selections, you can obviously select which kind of border you require. So obviously, because I was dealing with some blue tone, so I can pick some bluish color. Let me just get some example for you so that I can show you some great example. Yeah, we have this blue, and let's go with some lighter tone. Okay, blue 200 would be fine. Okay, border X blue. And yeah, this looks good now. This looks at least good to me. This looks good. So this is how we have few things. And the one of the most coolest thing regarding Tailwind is you can also provide hover using a Tailwind class. So you can say hover, and now you need something like this blue, suppose 700. Now let me show you. You see this thing, hover effect, or I can say something like white 200. Yeah, white. And with this, I can also say hover text blue 800. So on over, the text should be blue 800. So this is also looking good now. Okay. So this is also good. And I can also say hover border and the same activities what we did. So it's all connected, guys. It's all connected. You will see each and everything, whatever you've done will kind of make sense. Over border, and I can say border 3. Sorry, border 2. Yeah, looks good. But actually, while hovering, I don't need any borders. It just so that I can show you how it works. And the similar properties we can also assign to our register as well. So this is how I have made these two buttons available. Okay, and with this, if you just want to wrap it up, let me just try to decrease size, and this is 100. Okay, and just if you want some heading in your application, you can say something like H1, but out of this box, because this box already is following some styles, chit chat, obviously in the card. And now you can style this accordingly. So I can say something like in the class name, I can say something like text 3x or 4x. Okay, you can say text mono. Oh, sorry, it's font. Okay, you can be more precise. You can say text left. Oh, sorry, it's let's justify start w full. Okay, padding from left will be 2, or let's say 3, let's say 4. Okay, you can say something like, if you want to give some bottom margin, you can say something like this, or some y-axis margin like this, which is also cool. You have different options to go from. Okay, you have different options how you want to deal with. And now if you see, I have just these two things, I've adjusted these two things. I can also say something like class name, and in the name I can then give it something like bg, okay, yellow. And for the yellow, you need to have the exact tone. Let me just show you the exact tone. It's background color. And in the color, if I go to yellow, okay, I got, okay, here's my yellow, 300. Okay, give it a padding, a bit of padding, one will work, and text should be like great, rounded, rounded MD or LD, good, and font, sorry, text MD or SM, but MD is good. Then I need EX to good. So this looks more nicer to me now. And with this, similar to this, I can also now style my loved ones, where I have this text here. But in the loved ones, we can go something like pink tone, maybe. Okay, so this purple 300 will work for me. So here purple 300 will work, so I can do something like purple 300. Okay, here I have this, so this is purple 300 and looks good. You can be more specific regarding your color choices. This is just for example, I'm representing you how you can deal with such UI designs, but you can be more specific to what you love, what you want to show to your customers, what you want exactly. You can be specific. This is your application. So this is 200, and now this looks good to me at least. And with this, let's do a formatting. Good. And this is now what we have, our main page. Also with these buttons, I will give it a padding of 2 to just make these buttons more nicer. And this is our chit chat app, where I have a sweet simple this. And also for the background, if you want some gradient touch, that is also available. Tailwind provides us some gradient effect as well. Just I will try to type gradient, and here we have gradient. And now you can be very specific to what gradient you want. Let me just show you one quick example. Let's say I choose this as my gradient. So in my wrapper, where I have this blue, I can do something like this, and you see how it turns to be, right? So there are many advantages when you save a lot of time when you are dealing with such designs, and you can totally decide what you want. Let's say I can change my color according to my choice, what I want in my gradient. So let's say I pick up this, okay, and I want right to this from green, and from not from green, I say blue, from 900 to 500. So this is also one of the gradients what I'm providing. Okay, so I can also say, let's say from 800 to this, or from 900 to this. So many options are available what you can choose from. This was just an example what I wanted to represent for this quick demo. And the border what we have provided over here, the border was set to 200. Even you can go with 300 or 400. That's basically how you need your application. Again, I will say the same thing. But in your this, if I do something like this is also your choice. Everything is gonna be your choice. So I will stick to this design, what I have right now, where I'm happy with how it looks, how it feels. Okay. And if I have to stretch this design and show you where we left this page, it's somewhere here. Let me just increase, and it looks like this, where I have a sweet chit chat, get the exact amount of features to chat with your loved ones. I can sign in and I can register myself, and with this, we'll go to the next page of this application soon in the next section of this video. But I hope you liked the video. I hope you love the way we have created and crafted this thing. Just before leaving this part, I would really like to add a good amount of border radius to make it more rounded nature. Let me just get one more thing. Okay. And okay, if you are not happy with the styling for your border, obviously you can also go with plain styles as well. Let me show you how you can deal with those things as well. You can say something like style, and now you can implement your own style. For example, border radius, I can say 10 em. So that is also available. Okay, that is also available. You can choose the way you love things. So 10 em is much more. I don't want that much, but yeah, 2.2 works for me. And regarding the buttons, I will just try to be more specific. Excel. I think Excel looks more clean. Yeah. So this is now done. Now I will see you in the next part of this video. Thanks for watching. So now here we have a bit of change strategy where we will have three cards, and the three cards will then specify the requirements for our application. So let me show you what I mean by this. Now in here, just I have done one change to my page wrapper. I have assigned flex row and justify around, or you can also say justify evenly to evenly spread out all of your things. Now here we are going to give three options, and that's why I have three cards. The center card will be regarding two things. We will have three features, and the features will be, you can either sign in, you can either register, or you can start your chat without anything like sign in or registration. That means you can directly start communicating as an anonymous user. So here, the first one, let's change the title and change it to something like create an account. So as soon as I type create an account, I will have this create an account. Okay. Then I have something like, okay, for example, this will be create an account like this. The following card will be sign in, continue with sign in. So this is continue with login. Okay, and the last one will be chat anonymously. So we say something like chat anonymous. So we have three features: create an account, continue with login, and chat anonymous. So these are three of our features what we are serving currently to the client. Create an account, continue with chat, and chat anonymous. Now based on this approach, we can also change the look and feel for a button. So the button in here, we can change something like here, I just need an account, so I can say create an account. So for this, I can just remove this. I can say something like create get started, something like this, where I can get started by creating my account. With login, I have a button to login, so I can say for login, sign me in, this one, and for the last, we can say something like start chatting. Start chatting, something like this. So start chatting, get started, and sign me in. So we are having three buttons, and accordingly we can also change the styling on based on these three cards. For example, let's say create an account. We can have something more robust. For example, let's say this is our card, and in this card where we have this get started, this is my card, and now I can ask the user to give me a background color. So I can say background. Now user can specify dynamically what background is required. So I can say something like const bg is equal to background, and if background is not there, then we'll pick the default background. Okay, so that's my use case. And now in here, what I can do is I can specify what I need. Okay, so to in order to specify, there are two options. Either I can just trim this out like this and then convert this into a dynamic approach. Okay, let me just do it in string interpolation way like this, and then I can specify my bg like this. So if I now hit save and if I do a reload, you can see that nothing happens. But as soon as I start to provide some styling, for example, the first card, I can say background, and the background can be of my choice. For example, BG Red 500. So now you see we have this cool looking card for us where we state that okay, create an account which is of red color. So once this is in place, now here we have a create an account, we have continue with login and chat anonymously. And obviously, based on your styling, you can change the color. But as per my opinion, when you have these three different kind of cards, it's good to keep the same color tone, and that's why when we choose some color tones, we can choose this to be common, where I can specify this to be white like this. And this is how this looks. Or there is another thing, without a button also you can proceed. For now I will keep it like this, and here I will also style my button, so it's button text black and font will be bold for me. Okay. And it's up to you how you want to do it. We can say font mono to also style your button accordingly. So get started, or you can say sans or serif, absolutely based on your preferences, but you have many things what you can allot. I will stick to this, get started, this button. It suits my theme. And with this, I can also copy this button and I can now place it here as well. I can say something like sign in, and then the final button, which is chat anonymous. And I can say something like start chatting, like this. So three cards, three different procedures to follow. So this will be my workflow for now. Obviously, we can change the image and we can change the text as well. Let me quickly skip this video and I will be back with some images as well. So now here I have just placed some images according to my designs, what would be preferable in each situation. So for anonymous, I have something like this. For chat with login, I have something like this. And for create an account, I have placed something like this. And also with that, I've just tweaked a bit of my button colors. So these now look more towards what we need. Okay, and with this we need a heading for our entire app. So we can say something like, let me just show you. If I do something like this, I can say chit chat react, and this thing, now this thing should be placed here. Now this will obviously complain that okay, you cannot have something, some structures like this, because in React everything should be within one parent. So we have something like this, but now there is one thing to be considered. This can break our entire app. So here we need to now, for one another responsive design, we need to have something different. And that something different, let me show you how that can be possible. Because right now this entire structure should be within one parent, and our heading should be in between, right? It should be in between, or we should at least have a header, a component, a header where we can deal with different varieties. So for that we have different solution, and the solution for that could be in different things. Like for example, we can now create a way, like if we go to a page, we see here this is following flex flow, which is obviously fine, but now we need something like this. Let me show you what I'm saying. So we can say something like this, where our background and all of those things are not required anymore, just the flex elements are required. And when we hit save and we look for our application, you can see that okay, things are now looking more good. But here we can have gap of 2 or gap of 4 maybe. Okay, gap of 6 will be sufficient. Okay, so we have these three cards, and now using flex we need to just handle how our element should look like. So let's format this document like this. And now the main scenario is that here instead of this we need call. Why? Because let's say if I play something like hello, now it will start appearing here. So that's why I placed it in such a way that I can easily check out my elements in center. And with this, I can also have some gap of, let's say, 4, or it's up to you how much you need. Okay. Now, here should be our heading, right? Here should be our heading. And the heading can be of your own choice, how you want it. Okay. But right now, I really need a heading. And how can I deal with that heading? That's the point now. Okay. So in order to get that heading, I need to first of all have a heading element like this. And this heading element will be provided to us within our wrapper, which means now the page can give us a heading and which is going to be another element. For example, let's say I take one h1 element, and in the h1 element I can say heading. So if I can save everything, now you see a heading appears, and we can say something like, and this heading should then receive a class name of text to Excel for my heading so that I can view my heading. So heading is also there. Now I can grab some padding if I want. Padding is also there. Now I can also give some margin if I want to give some margin from bottom. That is also possible. So margin is also available. And now I can say something like chit chat React app. So now heading is also there. Okay. So we can say something like this, or we can say choose your preferences, choose your preference. Okay, and I can now choose my preference, what I want to do, or I can say choose your mode. So this is my choose your mode, and choose your mode lets you to choose between three modes. Obviously we'll still change the text what is appearing over here, but let me just clear you that now you have three modes to choose from. You have either create account, you have either login, or you have chat anonymously. So these are my three modes what I can pick, and feel free to customize this thing as per your needs as well. Now when I say something like, okay, now I have this option, let me just for simplicity, because right now the text is a bit confusing, let me just try to comment out the text and we'll place this text soon. Yeah, this one, let's comment this area for now so that at least we have an idea, okay, what all things it should be. We'll place this text soon. I will generate some text online and then I will place it, or we can also make our own text. Absolutely, it's based on our choice. So this is what we have right now, and okay, and we can say something like one more thing should be there, where we can say in our card we can say something like, if we remove this, you can say it's still same, but we want the width should be similar, right? So now what I will do is I will also ask for the width from the user, and this width will be provided to me from the user itself. Hence, if I go to this, I can say width, and I can specify my width. And if you remember, I've shown you how you can select your own width. So for example, if I choose to be 20 em, 24 em, that's obviously my choice. Let me show you how this works. So you can see how this works now. Okay, so I can choose how much width I want. So they are the values. These values are available in percentages, in width. Okay, so different values are available in percentage as well. We have the width, or we have the max content as well. That means if we try to keep the width based on our content, then it will take the max content width. Or if you are still unsure, you can go with some CSS styling as well, like how much width you require. That's absolutely up to you. And with this, I can give it something like 96 for now. Okay, and so that all of my card look exactly the same, can place this width to all of my cards. Perfect. So width is in. Now we just need one more thing, and that one more thing is going to be the height, and this should be min h fade. Okay, oops, this should be something like, and obviously you can also take height. Okay, but for now let's take height as well. Height, and now as this I can also take height, and the height can also be given from here, which is h86. So you can see how I'm able to give the height. So height is also available. It depends how much height you want. I can say max content for my height, or you also have some sizes. Okay, you also have some sizes for the box. You have size full. So what happens if you do something like size full? So it's size full. So if you do size full, it will take the full amount of space. So we can say something like this, and now it's fine. Okay, so with this, now for the headings, let's simplify the heading so that we finalize this page. So create an account for the login. This card, we can say Excel, and for chat anonymous, we can say chat anonymous, like this. Cool. And with this, let's also do one more thing. We'll justify this to center so that our text appears to be centered. Here as well, this will be justify center, and for this as well, this will be justify center. So all of our text now supports centered thing. Okay, what happens if you remove the width? You have something like this. Okay, so let's remove the width, because let our content take up the width available. And this is my final width. Let's save this thing, and now we have a good thing. And here in my width, I can specify const u width. U stands for user specifically, and we can say for the width so for example, I want something like this, or this, or based on the size, like size full, size 48, different sizes are available. But for now, I will say that it should have max content fit. So my content is based on this min w fit, like this. And now if you see here, okay, now there is just one problem, and that is some padding. So we can give some padding to our card with something like this, or maybe a 10 will be good. So padding is now also available to us, and okay, so this is what we have now. Choose your mode. You have modes to choose, and based on that you now need this thing. Now before finalizing everything, now based on our approach, let me show you one more thing, because we are creating some components. So in my components, okay, I will create a new folder which is named as sections, and in my sections I will now create some sections where I will have a folder which is dashboard page, and in the dashboard I will have new file which is create an account .gsx. I will just copy this twice and I will rename and say continue sign in, and the last one chat anonymous. Okay, and now just what we need to do is create a function, create an account. Like this, we do create an account just like this, and once our account is created, we just simply returns whatever we have placed there. So this is my chat anonymous. Oh, sorry, this is my create account, this one. So I will just place my create account here. Now similar to this, we have our sign in. So I can see continue sign in. Let's say sign in. Simple. And here I can now provide my sign in card, which is this one. This card. And last but not the least is my anonymous card, this one. And I can say function chat anonymous, and I will ask this function to return me this GSX. Like this. And now last what I can do is export default as this. Okay, and similarly we'll also do the same practice here, and similarly we'll also do this same practice here. Perfect. Now once you have this exercise been done, in your sections in your dashboard we can have a new file which is index.ts, or you can say dashboard.ts dashboard.ts, not ts, oops, this is going to be JSX. And now here just copy all this like this, and instead of grabbing all these code, we can have something like dashboard BOARD like this. We can obviously export this thing, and now here you should have everything installed. So for my page wrapper, one level up, one level up, page wrapper, and now in here you need all those modules. So for example, create an account, then you have continue sign in, and then finally you have chat anonymous. Okay. And then finally you can import all of these things from create an account, import sign in from continue sign in, and then I import chat anonymous from chat anonymous like this. So with this, I have installed all these three, and finally, and just to be precise, let's do something like this because we are following the same tradition. Dashboard, and now this dashboard can be accepted here like this, where you can import dashboard from components slash sections slash dashboard. So we also have a dashboard, and for the images, you can go to your dashboard. Dashboard, and then slash dashboard, and in the dashboard, just simply go to create an account, and here this will be available to you. One level up, one level up, one level up, one level up, assets slash create account or png, just like this. And then you can also have all of images with the same import, just replace. And in the assets, you can always check the name, which is for me chat. And in the final one, it's the anonymous image, where the name for this is SECRET, secret. So now I will save this file. I can import my card component. So in order to import the card component, I can do import card from. So just one level up, card. Like this, this component is imported. Can go here, try to import. And in the last one, let's try to import. Perfect. And my dashboards. Okay. So my dashboard is ready, section is ready, and in the page wrapper, I have everything. The cards have everything, and the app.jsx have everything. So now, if I try to reload, my everything is working perfectly, and there are no errors. So this is how I came till here, where I have a structured way now. Okay, the structured way is I have just a dashboard here. In the later part, we'll also see for routing, how we can add some routing to our application. But here we have this page wrap-up followed by a card component, which is a reusable component, followed by sections. And in the section, the first section is dashboard. Now the another section here will be regarding our chat UI, and we'll discuss how that chat UI will look like. But just remember how the structure is, how we have placed down everything, and how we are dealing with the entire code. And obviously, if you want, you can also pretty much do some formatting like this. Just it's a good practice to format your code every time whenever you are trying to leave format. And I will also hit format. Also, we'll also show you how you can have path aliases set up so that you don't have to deal with such things, and you can have a clean import strategy in your entire application. Obviously, we're not using any of these files, so let's just simply save everything. close this, and now we have a clear setup where our app JSX now only consists of a dashboard. In the dashboard, we have three things: create an account, continue sign in, chat anonymous, with a heading tag like this, and then each of our elements are inside this area. So this is how I've laid down. Feel free to add yours styles as well, but for now I will keep something like this. Let's continue in the next section of this course. So now I have just tweaked my UI, my front page, and you can see that it's already the container what we have developed. I've also retweaked my cards so that we can save some time and we can incorporate some logic for React. But this is how it looks. Now, in order to show you, we still have this page wrapper. Okay, we still have this page wrapper. We still have these cards, and if you want to see, we have everything styled, and feel free to style this thing based on your preferences as well. But now in the app JSX, I just have some okay, right now user is not required, but I have some dummy user. Okay, this is a normal object where I have name, email, image, address, and few of the styles I've imported, and also I've just installed like npm install headless UI React and hero icons so that I can use icons. And you can see this those files in here in the dependencies. Don't worry, entire project will be available, so you can just see how you do it. But most of my entire setup is from already the classes what I have taught you so far. So this is the main landing page, and I'm now going to tweak it more. So the elements what I have in here will be dashboard, about us, or about developer. Okay, and we can have something like, for now this is what we have, dashboard and about developer. And if you want, we can also say like, okay, what are our what do we have? So these settings will do it. Right now we don't have any sign on and details, we don't have anything to notify, but I can show you how you can attach alerts if you want to notify. So we still have our dashboard, about developer, and this is our dashboard. And now when you click on any of the modes, and then you will see different screens what you would love to. So we can add more content so that we can have some scrolling effect. That's absolutely up to you. You can have more design to this, more responsive design. I mean, here I just have one simple header. Okay, one simple header, and we have a disclosure. And in this disclosure, this is related to its built-in UI element, where using couple of margin and flex items, I have placed an image. Instead of image, I can also place a heading. Let me show you how I can do it. So h1, just like this, can place something like this. I can say chit chat, and now you can see that okay, we have something like chit chat. Obviously I can do text wide, WHITE, like this. I can also do something like flex all, justify center, items center, cool. And can say something like text to Excel. I can see my brand name as well now. Let's name it as React Chat. Okay, looks good. And no matter which you use, it's always going to be exactly the same. There is no problem at all. And now let's name it something like chat for now. Okay, so we have this chat here, and also I can say font bold, give it a bold font. You can see chat, you can see, and we can also name it as R chat, that means React chat, or we can do a dash if you prefer. Okay, let's keep it Excel. Width we can increase to 12. Height, let's keep it, or I can say fit. So we have R chat, or we can say React chat. That's absolutely up to you. React chat. We have dashboard. We have about developer. We can obviously have one of our. We can obviously have one of our image here and a notification icon. So this is how my page looks like currently. We can obviously customize it according to our needs, but this is where we have left our code, and now we'll soon create furthermore design in this. We'll have a chat screen, and also we'll have some more details on this web page. So this was pretty much it for now. Let me also show you one more thing. So this navigation map, I'm using this area to just iterate over each and every element, nothing React specific. This is just a JavaScript map function where I then represent whatever elements I have currently. These are the elements, right? So that I'm representing it here. And items.current, current is my page. And if you see item.current, you can see this is current is equal to true. Obviously, if you have something like this, then you see you have more details, but absolutely up to you. Right now, we are just having this dashboard and about developer, and we have these buttons to choose from. And from here, we can proceed further into our application. We'll see you in the next section. So hi there, and let's get started with this session. Now in this section, we already have developed a navigation bar where we have this breadcrumb, and also we have this cool looking area where we have choose your strategy, and we have 3 cards. So right now we have 3 modes, and what I will do is I will like to describe to my all the users what these 3 modes actually do. Now, the styling, the look and feel is absolutely based on your choices. Whatever you want to do, you can do it. But let me also show you, if you are not happy with the white background, what all things you can do to incorporate your level of design as well. So this disclosure, and in disclosure, you have this header section, and then you have this dashboard. Okay, here you can see this, and suppose if I do BG black, then let me just show you that everything will be black. Okay, so this is the area where you can decide which kind of color you require for your application. Okay, this is the heading for the dashboard, and then you have this main, and in the main you display whatever you want. So if I try to give some classes to my main, let's say bg red 500, then see what happens. This entire area gets affected. Okay, so main here is right now grabbing all the data what I have currently to show in this place. And if you see this div, if you apply something like bg slate 200, then the background will be affected. And right now, based on my user experience, I need this background to get affected. Okay, so, and also if you do something like black, and I do something like I remove these numbers, then it's all black. So this is the place where I can now design my UI, and this is how I am designing it. And also to this main where you have this dashboard, you have written this dashboard. Here also you can be more precise. Like for example, here I can do slate of 200, and let me show you how it looks. Okay, this is how it looks. So this is absolutely up to you how you want to design, how you want to style it. Okay, that's up to you. If you want to remove the shadow, you can remove the shadow and keep it as a plain thing, but that's absolutely your choice how you want to design, how you want to lay the designs. So I will keep it a slight something like this. I can say here React dash chat, and then I am on dashboard. Okay, so you can do something like this as well. You are allowed to do this styling as well. So this area is where you can decide all of your tasks, or you can also increase and decrease the size of this information area. Okay, you have all those things as well. Even if you want to reduce the padding, you can also reduce the padding with the help of these markers what I have in here. Or if you're not happy with this header section, you can totally get rid of this header section and get a plain look. So for now, we can style this thing further more later towards the course, but right now I will stick to what designs I have. So I don't want any paddings in here, and for now I don't want any paddings here as well. Okay, one thing what I can do is this is my LG, and I can say something like 4, so that I can get this thing aligned with my React keyword. Yeah, now it looks perfect to me. So dashboard, and in the dashboard I have choose a strategy. I have this all information to be filled, and now I can proceed further. One more thing what you can do is, if we go back to our plate, here we have this something like this. So let me show you a cool way to add the gradients to the application. Here you can do something like bg gradient to right, then the slate whatever you want to start with, and then you can do to white. That means from slate to white, from right to left. Right now let me spell this thing correct, and this is white. Okay, how you can see the change, let me just show you. If I do something like 300, and now it should be visible. Like for example, let's say to red 300, from slate. Now you can see this color, right? So this is how we deal with this thing. Now you can see, okay, from dark it's going all the way to white nature. So this is how I am planning this UI to look like. Feel free to customize these to your further extent. It's your choice. Again, and this thing I'm repeating again and again because it can happen like the way you want. You can design it like that. You can also do something like blue 100. Okay, so there are many choices. Again, go to the Tailwind website, and there you can see what ideas you want to lay for your site. There you will get hundreds of expression for you. Even if I can do here 400, and you can see like, okay, it stands out more now. Okay, so this looks better to me. Now, what another thing I'm going to do is, if I go to the dashboard, I'm going to now describe each of the features. If what will happen if you choose any one. So in order to do that, I will just collect this and get started with create account. So here you can see it's about create account now, and the way I will style this thing is, for example, create an account. So this information is create an account, and what happens if you try to create an account. So for this here, I can lay down a div, and in the div, I can give it a class name. a class name, and the class name will be flags row justify uh, between items center, and I can then do the width to full. And now see what will happen if I do something like lorem ipsum. Now you can see this thing that okay, it accepts how much space should be there. So now I can do it something like evenly, and now we have evenly spaces. And also I can specify more things. For example, I need a gap of, let's say, 5. So we'll also give it a gap of 5, or let's say 10, up to you. And with this, now you can also shrink this area. And if you want to control this area, there are two choices. Either combine this entire element into another div, for example, a div. And in this div, you can give it a class name and set the width to, let's say, 96. And now you can see how this thing is converted to just one area, and then all the information, whatever you want to show, you can show it here. Cool. So this is one of the things how you can deal with this scenarios. So div, I can say class name, and in the class name I can say bg of white. Okay, I want to give it rounded to excel, and shadow should be lg, padding should be, let's say, 4. And then if you draw some data in here, so this is how it looks. Okay, to the h you can say h full, or h fit as well, or h stretch. It's up to you how you want to design. So my data looks like this, and let me just show you how it will be there. We can say text black. Okay, looks good to me. And with this, you can say text LG, sorry, font LG. I was correct actually. It should be text to Excel. Okay, or maybe an Excel. Okay, padding I can increase further to rounded if you want, can increase. Okay, shadow I would like to keep it on medium scale, fine. And then some information if you want to give, you can give some information as well. Okay, so for now let me just generate some random text, and then we can provide more information. So some random text for now will work. Okay, so here we have some random text, so you can see how it's looking. Okay, so here we describe this activity, and now with this structure we'll try to define other activities as well. So in the next one we have sign in, so we can this time shift the places accordingly like this. So now you have something like this, and in the heading you can say continue with sign in. Okay, this is how you do it. And in the last iteration for this project, in the last iteration, you can again go for such design where now you explain the anonymous activities as well. So you can say chat anonymously, and here is the info. So here this is some layout idea, how you can place some layout idea for your web app. Okay, this is how you can lay your idea but it depends how you want to lay it down. So here you have a strategy choice, then you have some information. Okay, and if you want, you can also do something like this. Let me just show you one more bit. Okay, let's keep a div. Let's give it a class name of flex column column justify center items center. Place this in here, and now with this you can say nodes explained, something like this. Okay, or you can say strategies explained. Okay, and then I would like to take you towards Tailwind again. So let's go to Tailwind CSS like this. And if you go to the docs in here, let's go to the height. And in the height, you can now go to the anything which you want. Okay, either full or either edge or either anything which you want. Okay, and now what I'm trying to show is interesting thing here. To this can assign any of the heights based on the aspect ratio what you want. For example, I choose 64 for example, so I can say H64, and if we now look, you see you have that space. Let's choose 96, so we have that 96 as well. The strategies explained, and now we have all of our strategies explained. And another area how you can style this thing into more better situation will be just remove everything. Okay, and then you can form another div, place everything in a div now, and then you can say something like class name is equal to flex row justify evenly items center gap 2. And what this will do, this will align all of your items into a row, evenly spread it towards your y-axis. They will be centralized and with a gap of 2. So this we need to obviously improve the styling, but these kind of area you can also follow. Now, in order to improve your styling a bit, what you have to do is basically just first of all remove full from this. Okay, you need to get rid of this full. Actually, let me just take an example of one and then we can replicate it everywhere. Okay, cool. Now you have this element, and if we go towards this element, okay, now let's say we don't want this box. So first of all, we get rid of this paper wrapper because that was initial idea for drawing out the information. And let's say now we reduce our information to just one line like this. So we have this information, and now whatever content you have in this div, let me just quickly format my code a bit. Format, good. And now whatever I have in this div, you can see if I just turn this to call, two element. Okay, and then we have this thing, so we can do it something like column like this. Now we have this thing in column, good. With this I will also do one more thing. I will shrink. I will remove this thing from here, just like this. I will fix this thing. No worries. I will just get rid of all of those things. Simple. And now to my this card, okay, I can say W96. And now all of my information are in one place. Okay, perfect. And in this card, I can say text white. So my card plus my information are now in one setup. And now if you want to repeat this 3 times, you can obviously do it. And this kind of area is now also available where you get some information. Okay. And what are the benefits? You can also place some photos, videos, whatever you want. You can place, you can explain, you can write things regarding all of your strategies, or there are different things what you can do. So here you can click sign in and everything, but here let's say you just want to discuss, so you can hide those buttons. And in order to hide those buttons, what I will do is I can say show button, for example, and I can now do something like this. If show button is true, then only please show this button. So now if my show button is true, then only show this button. And for now, what I will do is right now, or I can say hide button. I will change the naming convention. And for the reverse, I will say that, okay, I need the button, but if the user wants to hide the button, can hide it. There is no problem. So I can say hide button. And now you can see that the button is no more visible. And the same goes for all of those things. Now the button is no more visible. Now for each and everything, I can now perform the same strategy. And the idea remains the same. You do it hide button. Control this from outside, just like this. And just listen for the reverse activity, like this. And the same goes for our chat anonymous. So here, I can now do something like this, where our hide button is an prop input to our element. So now here you see these buttons, but here we don't see any of the buttons. That's absolutely good. And now this feels super good. One more idea what I want to show you where you can excel even more into this is, let's say right now you have a background here, but you can be super useful. You can just change your stylings as well using ternary operation. You can say that if the hide button is there, then instead of this, I will turn my card into some other color. Okay, in some other color, I can also convert my card. For example, I want to turn my color to indigo 900. So you can see this, that our card, which was from very start in black, is now in indigo. So things works, right? You can see this thing, how beautifully this works. So let me just replicate all of these steps to all the places like this. In my sign in, I was using blue as a default. I think I was using line B here. Perfect. And similarly, we can do this as well. Cool. So here we were having some other design, but here we got some other design. Cool. And with this, our entire card, what card you see, you can also configure this card. It's really powerful, guys. So if you do something like u border, and here we were giving it a border radius to this card. If you see we were giving this border radius, we can say if the height button strategy is true, then we give it something else. That means 999 pixels, for example. And this activity will let you give a circular shape to your button. Let me show it really quick. I can say height button, and the property will be given from outside. So the property name is also same, and this property will be assigned in here. So let me just try to assign all of these properties correctly and nicely. And now you see what I said is true, right? But there is just one thing where we can also do this thing in much better way. We have something known as rounded full, so we can utilize this as well. So in order to fix this style, we can just remove something from here, but we can say now if height button is available, then we do nothing or something like this, but we can now come here, use a JavaScript expression and say if height button is true, then I should have rounded to full. Okay, so we can do this as well. And one more thing, if I just write rounded full, and if I try to remove this property, it's square. So rounded full and square, both are the same thing, right? These are both exactly the same. And the padding also remains exactly the same. If you remove the padding, it's true. If you add the padding, it's there. So these are all the places how you can deal, right? These are all the places how you can deal. I can do 5, and they are good. And here also they look good. So our styling is also improving. The children's what we were passing in the card, we can obviously wrap each and every element and then give some padding to it. So if I grab the entire element set, I can say div like this, and let's just format our code a bit. Good. Now I can just simply say class name and say flex call justify center items center, and now looks good. Okay, and with this you can surely decrease the margin a bit, and you can also have the margin, depends. I think according to the size, something like this would be more good, and it looks good. 4, so oops, 4 looks cleaner. Okay, and this is also now looking fine. Also the image, where we have that image, if you see, we also have an image for this. Let's again format the code a bit. This is my image, and if you try to get rid of few of the things, okay, on this area it's fine, but let's say we want all of those things. Now there's one catch what you can do for improving your design, and that will be that you can utilize this height button property where you were giving these styles, and you can say something like this now, that if I have my height button, then please use width as 64, but have the padding of 5, for example, or have the padding of 10, for example. Okay, so this is also available, guys. This is also available. You can style accordingly. There is no problem. So I can say something like this, or I can totally remove the margin in order to incorporate my designs. But the main thing is all the styling on this main are never getting affected. So this is also fine, this is also fine, and this is also fine. Plus, I want to show you one more thing. If you want to be more good in this kind of decisions, better is to just hide this, and you can have something like this. Let me explain how you can achieve what I'm trying to achieve is basically the real idea is I need to show them the types what you have in action, okay, the types what you have and what you can do in order to use it. Okay, so that's my idea. So here I can also do something like hide button. I can say this is only available if I have something like this, but if my button is visible, at that time I will have a 3XL and I don't want any margins or any padding. Okay, but the only thing what I want is that my items should be centered. Okay, so flex, and then I can say flex all, hit save, and now we can say h2 full. Or you have one more thing. Let me show you. You have height as auto. That is also available. You can set your height to auto as well. So we have this height, and in the height you have got auto. You can also use auto if you're not sure about how much height do I need. So auto is also quite available. Okay. And now if you are using this multiple times, the better design for this would be also, I will explain you this thing, and then we can move towards further discussion. Wrap entire this div, okay, wrap entire div into height button one. Like this. And because these are two elements, you need a fragment, a React fragment. Just format your code and see, now this looks the way we want it, right? So what I will do is now in order to incorporate this design, okay, I will go to the sign in page. Just remember this was blue and the button was red. I will just place, oops, let's go again, account, go to sign in, place. Let's just remove the old one, replace it with a new one. Just try to check. Okay. And let's get this image replaced. Okay. Okay. And here it should be now blue with 950. Fix that, fixed, and the button was red with 500, fixed this design, and the heading was, instead of create account, this was continue sign in. So now this is also fixed, continue sign in, create account, continue sign in, looks good. And last but not the least, just let's try to format the code. Good. And last but not the least is our anonymous user. And in the anonymous user as well, let's quickly, oops, I can just copy this, and because the stylings are almost same, I can reutilize this component. And surely we can also convert this entire thing to a reusable component. We'll do that surely. But for now, this is what it looks like. Now, if we can go to a dashboard where we were having that thing, this is coming around now. And here, instead of this, if I just try to remove this thing, you can see that, okay, this looks nice. And with this, we have this entire, and so this is now a separate component. You can see this is now a separate component. And here, choose your style. You can also do, let me just show you one more reason why Tailwind is good. You can now just do font bold, and you get bold font out of the box. No question asked. Okay. And now this is my wrapper. This is my strategy heading. Okay. I can also shrink this to 64 if required. Well, good. Strategies. And now to fix this, you can do something like empty pipe, for example. Okay. Or you can do empty 7 or empty 10. Okay. And now these pills, whatever pills you have here, these pills, you set it something like evenly, you can say around evenly, but this time no gaps. So oops, my bad. I think this should be font bold. You can now see, looks good. And how I did this font bold, here we have font weight, and you can say how you want it. So you also have option for semi bold. Let me just show you this semi bold as well. So semi bold looks good, and choose your strategy. I can also use semi bold. Looks good. Okay. So this is how I have laid my design. Okay. You can feel free. You can use your own as well. But one extra thing, what I think will look good actually. Actually, it's in here. So what happens if I do BG, suppose dark or black? Let's see what happens. So as I said, as expected, it looks like this. So when we continue with our UI, where we had this card where you can choose a strategy for first time users, or we were trying to explain the strategies. So this was where we left, where the heading plus the information, I was trying to convert this in a card, and this was possible with the help of such classes, where if I replicate such classes like this, I could then receive a card here. Okay, so this is how I have created this UI. Now it's up to you, like where you have this PG white, you can also do something like slate 100 and just try to mix and match with the shades what you have. You just need to take care how you present your entire information, nothing else everything is quite easy. So this is how I am now designing this thing, and it looks good. With this, here I can do MB, let's say 8, so that at least I have some space, or PB-8 will make more sense, as now I have some spacing around and this looks good to me. Now obviously I can do something like gap 0 so that I don't receive any gap, and if you want you can also do something like shadow to get some shadow for your card. Okay, so you can do shadow dash LG to receive a good amount of shadow. So let's place this styling everywhere like this, and now we have our strategies explained as well. Now you can have more information regarding what is a chat, all of your information, what should you do, different ideas. Everything is possible where you can explain different things. But let's end this dashboard with let's say a footer where you can then explain something regarding your entities or anything what you want. So I can do something like this, and now you can see, okay, we have some information like this. But now what I'm gonna do is I am gonna give it a div like this, and in a div I'm now going to give it a class name, and I'm going to do something like empty10 to give some margin top. Okay, or you can be super precise how much you want. For me, this will be fine. Okay, and now just to be very precise, I can say that this is my footer, or I can say something like right now this is in center. Okay, and I want the same aesthetics. So what I can do is generally, let's copy this styling. I will show you what I'm trying to achieve. Just one sec. And I will then place this over here. I am not concerned about the headings, and I don't now right now concerned about the children's. When I hit save, so this is what I am getting, and in order to get me the footer, what I am planning to do is I will do something like slate this to slate, say 900. So this is what I'm having. I can even contribute to more specific design. Okay. Okay. And now I can also explain what we do, something like that. So, okay, this looks neater. And now all the way to cool. So this is our specifically a footer, and now here what you can achieve is you can have more information based on your choices. I would like to have a heading, and this time if I want to grab one heading, let's say I want to grab something like this, and I want to say get to know our work, for example, something like this. So now you can see this is here, but we can still style, and we can say flex row, justify right. So we justify start, items center. Our text is gonna be 2XL or maybe 3XL, and our width is set to full. Great. So get to know our work. With this, you can also plan to design paragraph like this. But now what I ideally plan is if I could lay down a div where my class name for the div is going to be this. Now here, with the help of H2, I can lay down my design, but this time this text Excel is going to be applied just over here. And this paragraph can then receive something like text Excel. And with this, you can also say call. And now what we need is start, and towards the towards the y-axis, it should look something like this. So we can say something like, for example, you want to give some description. So for now, I will just generate a Lorem ipsum for you, where I can just trim out the extra. So let's trim out some extra words. Correct. So this is how you can define your styling. Let's format our code a bit like this. And now you can also explain few of the links. You can explain few of the scenarios, few of your elements, and different scenarios can be explained. So this is how you lay down actual responsive layouts. Okay, this is how we try to lay down. Just let me try to show you a few more things. Now this, how we can resize this, will look into further more design classes, where how we can now resize this. But right now, as per a browser based scenario, this looks good. How you can shrink it to mobile as well, we'll show you soon. Now once this is in place, and also might happen that you want to be very specific with the width as well. Let me just show you. If we do something like this, then this is also possible. Let me show you a quiet scenario where, let's say, if you don't have control over your width, you can also show your elements like this. Okay, where here you can say something like 10 or maybe 20. That's up to you. Okay, and then this entire container can have margin from all the ends, like M20, if you understand what I mean to say. So this is also quite possible. So margin is possible. Even you can give padding if you want. So if I give padding, cool. So we have this page, we have strategies explained with different scenarios, and you can also give footer. Now, if we walk you through towards, if we walk you towards Tailwind CSS, like this, Tailwind CSS, let's get started. And now here, you also have few of the areas where you can now explain your list items. So list items can be variety of things, where in the footer you have something like uh, about us, our terms and conditions, and the policies, and some extra stuff as well. So when you want to design those stuff, it's simple, easy. Just what you want to do is, let's say I have a UL, okay, where I have allies. And for now, I will take some random, for example, link 1, and I can say something like 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. If I hit save, you can see that these links appear over here. That's because it's evenly. I can do it as start. And okay, let me just format the code a bit. Okay. Okay, so this needs to be start, and now all my links are appearing towards the start. And now if I draw few of the links like this, you can see how they are start to appear. And if I do something like this, for example, W96, then you can see that, okay, we are now being serious regarding our designs like this. And if you want to see how it appears, you can write border, and you can also see how your links are stretching in the footer head area. You can see this. Even if you feel like you can add some padding to it, like this and like this, and finally something like this. Okay, and with this, you can also say rounded to LG to give it a rounded feel. Perfect. And these are your links. So you can design your footer as well. Now for the designs, you can add your own designs. I will also post one of my design for this, but here you get the strategy. How do you use a responsive UI library to quickly use those stylings to design whatever you want to do, right? So this is how you do it. And with this, obviously, if you don't want the padding, you can remove the padding, and this is how it will look like. And let's just increase the width because there can be quite a lot of links. Let's say you have most of the useful links out there. So this is how we can share, right? So this is quite simple how you can create a container, how you can give your title, how you can give different stuff, and how also you can incorporate these things. Now, one thing what I want to show you, if you go to the components like this, and if you go to one of the free components what are available over here, let's click on show more. Let's see if I have something where I can show you some free stuff as well. Let's see if we have something like a banner. So banners is nothing but a way to represent, it's just a way to represent your upcoming information. For example, let's say in this components, let's do something like a new file which says my banner, okay, dot GSX. And this banner will now represent our represent our application. So this banner can be represented anywhere in your application, and you can fine tune your application. So sometimes if you are in a too hurry and you want to show the exact field to the user, you can also implement something like this. So for example, if I do something like similar to this banner, and if I make sure from where I need to import this, I can say import banner from one level up banner. Okay, so now you see this thing, how beautifully this banner appears like this. And the placement is absolutely up to you where you want to get this placed. For example, let's say I want to get it placed over here. So I can just incorporate something like this. And I know from where my banner will be available. I can say components slash banner. And instead of banner throwing it here, I can do something like just give me this banner around here. So if I can quickly hit my changes, you can see how beautifully this appears. But often I've seen that these banners appears somewhere like this on the top, or this can appear just where a header ends like this. So this is how it should appear, or you can also make this thing here, just above your dashboard. So that is also quite possible. And if you want to change the styling for this, it's quite simple. This is your entire thing. And see, if you just try to remove, you see how this thing is now showing up. So here you have this div where they are calculating the left hand size and uh, getting more into responsive UI layouts. Uh, One thing to keynote is like we have generic icon join us in dev from this and this, and register now is also there. And if you click close, you can also fire up some events to this. But ideally, how you can look for the styling, just observe wherever you have the colors. For example, here, if I just comment the style, okay, um, wherever you see like, okay, BG from this to this, you see something like this. So these are my stylings. So if I just plan to remove this thing, you can see few of the stylings for removing. If I apply this thing, then I can see some red shadows here and there. So these are one of the stylings. And if I just try to do something like, let's say, I don't know, but blue 900, then you can see how it looks, right? So this is how you can achieve your styles based on your official liking, how you want to present. That's what my tone was. Uh, with this, you can also do something like text white, okay, so that your texts are also there. But main thing which you want to note is here you have official text gray. So that means if you want to get a white color, you need to do something like this. Okay, and if you want to be very specific what colors you want for the gradient, you can do something like, for example, let me just show you really quick, from pink 500 to pink 300. So this is also available where you can see that, okay, in between we are getting some shades. I don't know if you can see it clearly, but obviously I can see it. If I can show you when I zoom, you can see some shades are here and there. Okay, so this is looking exactly how we require it to look. If I can just show you few of the things. For example, let's say I do it with full. Oops. Yeah, this one I can do something like blue, and this time so that you can see I can do it from 200. Okay, and you see this opacity. If you can remove the opacity, then you will see that, okay, it appears more directly to your eyes. So if I do something like pink, you can see how these shades are looking up on the screen, right? And if you want to play around with some dark colors, let's say 500, so you can see how this looks. Okay, so this is looking like what we actually require for our application, but I will surely increase the tone a bit. Okay, so this suits my thing. Okay, and here you can say something like chat implementation 2024, something like this, and you can do join us in live development of new features coming to our chat app in Q4 2024. So like this you can do, and you can also play something like, okay, register. Now when we have this, now you can see that this dismiss span, where you see this dismiss, Okay, this also, if I want, I can do something like okay. Let me just show you one more thing. This color is because of this text. So if you do something like this, then you can see this is also into the right direction. Now with this, I will finalize my entire application with a last stint where if you see in my app.jsx where I have this gradient, I can say something like pink 300, okay, and to blue 900. Okay, so this tone now is really feeling like we are having some great deals. 500, good. And we can say via blue 600. So in between, color management is also sometimes really required when you are dealing with such level applications where style matters. Okay, so this is how we are dealing with this thing. Just to tune your perspective, just to tune how things should look like, this will be the final disclosure. Give me just 5 minutes and I will be back with the final design. So with this, the polished look and feel for the application will look like this. I mean the main landing page, where when you come to this page, you will see like, okay, the brand name, the dashboard, the about, and also some of the information, including in future you can implement a notification, your user profiles and everything. This will be a landing page. This will be your 3 routes wherever you want to do. Obviously, we'll change this heading, but this is chat anonymous, and let's do this real quick. There should be no hassle in changing this section. In the section dashboards, in the dashboards, we can go and change the title. And in order to change the title, it's just that chat anonymous, and you should be able to have chat anonymous, something like this. Let's close everything like this. And now you have 3 options: create account, continue sign in, and chat. So you can get started either with creating an account, sign in, and chat. Then this is a section where you can define your teams. For example, you have some team members who have developed this application. You can have some information. This is also all responsive design, and you can also add your users. Then in the strategies explained, you can give a screenshot for your application. Here I've taken a dummy application screenshot, but you can give a screenshot for your application with some title and everything, and you can see get started where you can post the user to a YouTube video, a demo video for your application. You can also explain some tiles for each and everything. You can also show a direct sneak peek for your blogs, where you can also show, okay, who posted this thing on what and what date. And then for the footer, you can have what all brands are trusted, what all brands are reusing your application. So this is how this template looks like. You can customize this as per your needs as well, but this is how it will look like. And now the first thing what we need to do is redirect the application to 3 different areas. Now, in order to achieve this thing, what we will do is we need to do and go React Router. So React Router is something which is not available to us by default, but we need to grab that from npm. So if you see React Router, we need this package in order to get started with the routing features. So for this, what I will do is I can go to my terminal, and I can just quit my session and say yarn add, npm install React Router, and let's get this router installed. And now you can see in your package.json file, you have the router. Now, if you're not sure how you can set the router, let me show you. You can go just with React Router, and in the React Router, you can go to get started, and in the get started, you can see examples of how you can set the routing and how do you pick a router how do you utilize a router component, and many much more things. Or you can also go to any of the examples where we can have like, okay, how to provide a router. For example, let me just show you a quick intro how you can set up a base routing file. So for this, if we can, here they have taken example of main.jsx. So for us, this is the file. And now you can say what routes do you have in your application. That's the main idea. So here right now we have app, and now we can say, okay, this is my route and this is how it should look like. So now what first of all we need to do is we need to have these two imports from React Router DOM, create browser routes and router provider. And with this, we need to create an array of elements what we are going to have. For example, let's say this is my router, and a route provider basically provides the routing to the entire application. And now if I hit save for this file, let me just comment this and just go to run the application, and let me just check what happened. Let me just check. So I just restarted my terminal and everything is back. All right. So there was just one issue that we haven't installed React Router DOM, and now it's in there. Just I did npm I React Router DOM, and this got installed. Now you can obviously see that, okay, if for our slash route we see hello world because that's our path, but you can also do something like, let's say chat, and let's say hello chat. And now if I do something like dash hello chat, I should see hello chat. So this is how our routing works. Okay, so now what we'll do is we'll do something like dashboard, and this should then open us our app like this, where we can import our app. And now when we do slash dashboard, let me just show you, slash dashboard, we see our application, which is really good. So like this, we are able to see our app, where slash dashboard leads us to our dashboard. So this is good. Let me just copy this URL and paste it here. So we are on the same page, and this looks good for now. Now, another thing for us is how we can redirect. Like, for example, let's say if I am on blank, I see something like this, that 404 not found. How we can redirect this blank to our dashboard? So it's quite simple. What you have to do is you can create a new object where you can say your path to something like blank. And now in the elements, you need to provide a special component which is provided by React Router DOM, navigate, and then you need to say that whenever a user visits like this, navigate to dashboard, DOARD dashboard. So what this will do, this will now directly navigate the user or redirect the user to dashboard, and you can see how this thing is in action. Now, for example, let's say I have already prepared in my components, in my section, in my chat UI, I already have a chat cover, and I'll show you this really quick. We can do something like, let's start by having your first chat, for example, something like this. And now what I want to do is I have my app.jsx, where I have something like this. Okay, now what I can do is if I want my user to route to this file, for example, this is chat cover page, for example. So how that thing can be possible, let's see. So it's nothing but you can come here and say my path is chat, and the element for this is going to be chat cover. And now all you need to do is you need to just import this file. And in order to import this file, I do something like this: import chat cover from my components slash actions slash chat URL slash chat cover. Now what will happen as soon as I go to a path which says chat, which says chat, I can go to one of the files like this. So you can see how quickly I was able to uh, come to this. Let's start by having your first chat. So you can see how we were able to come to this page with an instant click of chat. And if you go back, you can go to your dashboard. You can also go to your chat. So this is how we are able to come quickly to this page as well. So this is how we did our navigation for the page. And in the next section, we'll start for now. For now, before getting click directly programmatically from here, we'll start having our input and an area where we can see our chat. Plus, we'll also show some of the basic functionalities of JavaScript where we can create some groups, and each group can have specific user. So let's see you in the next section. Now, once we have our chat page, let's get started with installing the chat page, where now we can have our own required chat information. So if I can see, this entire thing is divided into two, where we also have, let's get started with creating a group. So now we'll first of all start with creating a group. And in this, we can give it something like group allow users to collaborate together, and then can communicate and share their ideas in text-based communication manner. And then what we can do is, obviously, right now, the way we have this page, we should now have a div where we can then lay out this entire thing. And now here we can say class name. And in the class name, we can say something like flex home. And once we do this thing, it's fine. H full cool justify center items center. And if I do bg dark just to show you what is the reach of this entire application, let's do it something like black. So this is what it is, and we can say width is set to full. Okay. Now we can say that, okay, this element is also set to width full. And now we have our styling where we can say P2. Okay, so this is how you can do it. Right now, in order to design this, we need, because we are following a slate tone, so we'll set some slate tone to our application. And with this, let's see, where do we have this button? Here's the button. And on top of the button, we need an input. So I can copy this. And if I place something like this, okay. And here I can give it an input, just like this in the input. Let's remove this A and give it a something like div, one div, or it can be a span element, just like this. And then we can say something like the background, we can remove this, and the area what you have is something like this, where we still have this thing. Let's remove the hover functionality as well, because this is just an input and we would be able to write things. We can say text in T go. So whatever you write will be in Indigo. Okay. And we can say create, continue with this group name, or any button what you want. You can use any button, or I can go with just continue like this. And we can now surely design this input. So what I think is, if I can just design, instead of this div, I can just provide this input like this. So I have this input now. Let's format a bit, and we can have obviously a shadow, and shadow LG would be good, great. And then can have a border, or can have rounded LG, so that I have some rounded input. You can also go with Excel tool, and then I can have something like some margin from right, where I can say MR5 to get some margin. So here I expect my user to give me some group name. Let's quickly format this file. Good. And with this, I can say something like hello world, or my personal group. You can write any group what you want. Okay. So here I will be having my group to chat. So you can give any of your group name what you want. Another thing would be that the button here, I want the button to be red, just to give it a personal tone. Now this looks good to me. And for the inputs, let's have a placeholder, and let's say group name. Okay. Provide a group name. Cool. So this looks good. And once you have given a group name, let's say, let's now bind something on here. But before binding anything, let's quickly see how we can communicate, how we can convert this entire scenario into a let's say, for example, chat cover wrapper.jsx like this. So for this, I can say something like export default function, and I can say chat cover wrapper like this. And in here, I can then return my entire JSX. And for now, let me show you how we can utilize this component in here. So I'm utilizing this component, something like this. Let's import this thing, and in order to get this thing correct, we can say React. And now in React, you have few of your extensions which you can use. I can click on install this one, and another one will be simple React snippets. Okay, and ES7 as well. So now if I just reload my window tool. And one more thing, if you want to get more into VS Code, you can also do Tailwind and click on install, and this will now help you to write Tailwind classes. It's an IntelliSense. That means you will get all the autocomplete required. So now with this, we will be able to now do something like, and another thing, the last thing will be auto import. You need this functionality so that you can import whatever you want. So now if I just try to reload and also at the same time restart my ESLint server and also restart my TypeScript server, I will be then for some reason my VS Code is not supporting today, but no worries. We can still import this thing. Just we need to do something like this from this. So this is still in here, but now we need some state so that we can have what group name user has. Okay, and so that I can also represent you how this group name is working. Let's do one thing. Let's take this out. Okay, or what we can do is okay. And now, one thing what we generally need in here is to decide how we want to now store our state, because what will happen ultimately as soon as you have your group name, here we can say something like group created, and we will show the name to the user. So this is your group, and now let's communicate with that group. So that's the idea for this entire application. Another thing is, let's say this is one thing, and we can obviously do h full if you want height full. That is also an option here, or you can say hvh, sorry, h screen. So now better to show you how this thing works. Okay, and with this relative overflow, and we have our elements and we are placing our elements like this. Then we have something like this, and we are trying to place our elements again. So if you have some situation like this, you can now also create your form in much more correct manner. That means you can now have this into a div like this. Let's format. Cool. And in this div, let's have some class name where I can have flags called justify center items center. Okay, and then okay, And now a few of the fields, and also let's take gap 2, gap 5. Okay, cool. And now you need few things. Okay, because if you are coming directly, what can happen now? If you are coming directly, there can be few of the things what you need: a group name. Okay, and with a group name you can say what is your name as well, because it can happen that you are not you haven't created your account, and for now we don't know whether you have created an account because we are directly creating a chat app. So for now I can say something like this, where I can say your provide your name. Okay, let's say I need your name as well, and in the last I need provide group limit. So I need how many users you want to fit in. So here the type for this text could be text by default, text, text. But here the type will be a number like this. So you need to specify how many members can be there. Okay, so this is one thing. And here the minimum value should be set to 5. At least 5 members should be there in group. Okay, so if I do a reload, 5 minimum is 5. So okay, or I can say something like for now value is 5. So at least 5 should be there. Okay, and here you can say something like this, and you can say you can grab this element into a div, and you can say defaults to 5. Okay, and the same story you can again go with flags for this div as well, where you can now have row justify center, not center exactly, this should be start, and the gap should 2. Okay, items should be center, good. Or you can also have 3, maybe 4. 5, 4 is good. Okay, so defaults to 5. And once I have my group name, I have your name as well, like who is creating this group, or I can say provide creator name, group creator name. Okay, and defaults to 5 always. So you should always have 5. You shouldn't be able to remove this thing. So this should be something like default value. So we can put validation, but not, right now our rule says there should be at least 5 users to get started. And once we have this thing, you can also have something like this. Let me just show you. Type checkbox, where we don't have any of such values. There is our checkbox, and instead we can say again something like this, and we can say I agree to terms and conditions. Any UI you can give, like, okay, this is like I agree to terms and conditions. I agree to React chat terms and conditions. Okay, and by default I can say checked. So like this I can also style, and with this button I can say something like oops, okay, and oops, this should be 96 2, and from margin I need 12 as a margin. And now this is fine like this, or maybe, yeah, looks good. Now I have few of the details what I can fill. I agree to checked, and for now I will obviously do this thing like this because I totally agree to create and continue create and take me to chat. Okay, so like this I have done this. For now let's keep one more thing. For example, now we are on the page where we can now go to chat room. Okay, right now the look and feel is somewhat like this, but again, as I told you in previous slides as well, the UI is your UI. That's why you can style it as the way you want. For example, let's say I pick this up, and in my chat cover I can say something like this as well. So you see, if you see over here, you can be very much good with what you want. So I can say something like white looks good. I can say again white looks good. These are my inputs, and wherever I placed any of the gray color, for example this, I can say text white. I got the white color, and then last but not the least, this area as well. Now with this we can also give it a good look to our button as well. Okay, so with this I think the best color shade when you want to give could be, for example, let's say pink, or you can 100% go with white. Good. And with this you can say something like when you hover it should be slate of 200, and the text should be, let's say, pink 600. So now this also is ready. So our application is ready. Okay. If you don't want this over here, you can also say something like this. This is absolutely fine. Yeah. Okay. So everything is looking good to me, especially this looks good. And now once you have all of these values filled, and let me just give you a user overview. So how it should look like when I go to my first page, I should see this page. Okay, the page what we have created. And once we are happy with our page, we should go to chat like this. And just to be very much straightforward, let me just show you how you can link that page. So for example, this is my chat anonymous, and when I click on this, I should go to that chat page. So how I can connect my pages, let me show you. So in order to go to that page, you should go to your chat anonymous, and where you have that button, this button should now accept a way to navigate. So in order to navigate, you have a couple of ideas, but number one would be to use link from React Router DOM, and we can say link to, and in the to, you should specify where you want to go. So for example, I do something like this, and I say something like link get started, and I want to navigate to let's say chat. So this is possible. Now if I just save this file, let me just check if we have any problem. All right. So the only problem what was there was that whenever you are using link, it shouldn't be inside the button. So if you want the same activity, you can just style your link like this. And here I can say something like text to be center, and my text will be center inside this link. Okay, so now if I want to show you how this transition works, if I click on get started, you see I am towards this page. Now on this page, I don't have any way so that I can go back. So let's find a solution how I can go back. So in order to navigate back, you can go to your chat wrapper in your chat, and in this where you have that button, you have this button. In this button, you can just create another button. Let me just show you how, like this. And in here, I can now remove this BG. I don't want any backgrounds like this, and I don't want any hover effect as well for this. And I can just say that I need something like a white text. Okay, and I can say cancel and navigate back to dashboard, just like this. So this is also allowed. So you can say navigate back to dashboard, and when you click on this, it should take back to dashboard. So here as well, we can now simplify this to a link, and instead of href, you should go to, and then you need to specify something like this. Okay, and remember, when you use a to, it will redirect. Okay, so if you remember how we did this thing, if we go to our main.jsx file here, we navigated to this blank forward slash, and this blank forward slash was then redirected to the app, because here we have navigate to dashboard. So that's why this link for us is working. You can see, and this is instant. This is absolutely instant. Now there are plenty of other improvements where we can have some animation. Let me just show you. There is, you can notice no reload is there while we are navigating. Now we can obviously have some animation when navigating, but with that is entirely a new fresh design where we can spend hours and hours to elevate the design to more extent. So this is my, let's get started, and now here navigate back, and I just wanted to show you what happens if I click on create and take me to chat room. Now chat room is nothing but an area where the user can chat. Okay, so that is the area, and how we can do it, let me just show you. So if I want that transaction to be there in my application, I would normally do something like this. Let me just show you. If we go to our cover page, okay, now let's have another file specifically, and I can say chat room.jsx, And in this chatroom.jsx, let's create something like export default function, chat room. So this chat room will help you to create a chat room UI. And here I can do something like return. And if I go to the chat wrapper, I can borrow the same design what I was trying to throw in this area. So I can go to this chat room, and here I can do something like this. First of all, I will do this, and then I will just use the same styling what I was providing there. So because I want to keep my design consistent across the board, so I will do something like this. So if I now, so this is ready, and for now we can specify something as, okay, this is my chat room. So how I can give that title, let's see. So I can now grab this thing, and I can in the chat room div, for now I can do something like chat room. And let's say the chat room, okay, for example, right now we have this chat room, and now we just need a way to go to this chat room. And with this, I will also give a more good design to my UI, where this padding, I can do it to 4. And with this, I can say round it to Excel, because according to me, that will look more worst. Yeah, this looks more good. And with this, there can be one more design improvement, where there is actually too much of white. Instead, we can give some good color to our inputs. Let's say, let's try some more good color. What we can do, actually provide a group name. Let's try to give it something like BG Blue 100, for example. Looks fine. Okay. And if I try to give something like BG Pink 200, okay, this looks okay to me. 4 will be more. I think 200 will be fine. Okay. And with this, we can say placeholder text black, for example. So you can see our placeholder text is also improved, where I can say something like 600. And now this is the shade what I will go with for my application. So for all the inputs, this is what I have choose. And with this, I will also say that the default text what I'm gonna write shall also remain to this. Perfect. So with this, our inputs are improved, and we have a cool button now. Okay, button is also there. Now the button can be elevated. For example, you can say something like black, okay, or something like slate 950. Okay, so there are plenty of other ideas what you can go. There is nothing like you should go with whatever I am doing. Okay, so there are plenty of other ideas what you can do. We can say Indigo 900. But there is absolutely one thing, that whenever you select such things, there should be a contrast. Okay, there should be a contrast, where you need to see, okay, what colors I'm throwing to my site, what colors should best fit my website. That idea should be in your head. If I say something like yellow, then I know yellow 500 would be good. Okay, so this looks good, and text can be a black. And with this, my thing looks fine. Okay, this looks fine. Can improve a bit. Okay, so create and take me to this end. We can say literally end. So these are few of the designs what elevate your entire application. So these are few of the things what you can learn to elevate things. So when I click on this now the idea is this should take me to a chat room, or you can also do some inverse activity where you can hide this thing. Let me show you what I'm trying to explain. So let's take a very short, or maybe I should take you to the chat room directly. So in order to do that, you know very well what you want to achieve. So you can do something like this now, where I can say, oops, I can say I can just replicate this and I can just say chat dash room. And now you just need to do something like chat room, import that component like this. And with this, we can now navigate to chat room. And navigation is quite simple as we saw in our earlier sections. So in order to navigate, this is my button. I can now link this to link like this. I can then also do it something like link like this. And here I can shift it to 2, and with this 2 I can have a forward slash to chat room. So if I click over here, you can see I am back. I'm welcome to my chat room. Now this chat room where we created such things, here the design you can also reverse with the total shift of L. But what I will now do is I will just increase a bit of the contrast because I want my design to elevate properly. So I can just increase the contrast. But now the main thing is when we are towards the chat room, we should now have some area where we can chat. Okay, so the area where we can chat will be a div, and this div should have a class name again, and this class name should receive bg of white, and this should then have 96 as height and width as 96. So you can see we have something. We can say rounded, and rounded will be 3xl. We can say shadow. Shadow will be 3xl. Okay. Or you can also increase the shadow. Depends. And if you're not sure regarding the height, you can say anything. But for now, I will say height will be set to full. Right now, I don't care about the height, but now this area shouldn't be here. This should be chat room, but this area should be designed here. And just for my idea, I will just again place W96 so that I can know okay what I'm doing actually. Here, with this, we can also say gap of 5 or gap of 12, gap of 20. Okay. And in this chat room, now just we have two things. So what I will do is we have implementation where we can have either our members and also the people who will be involved in this chat. So ideally, I will again have a div where I can have a class name, and in the class name, I can say something like flex row, justify content, justify the content uh, evenly, evenly. Items will be centered, and in here can drop this area now. Now with this, another thing what I want to do is here my elements, like let's say this should be this should receive this, but the text should be left. Okay, and also with this, okay, and then I need some padding. Okay, so padding is there. Cool. And now in this we have this, and let me just show you that okay, our div of flex is working properly. Cool. And with here I can say w of full. So okay, two elements are there. Now the main idea would be that this will be a more bigger uh, area where you have things to communicate. So first of all, let me just show you. Here we can now create something like an input like this, where the type will be text area. Okay, text dash area. We can also give p of 5. Okay, and now the basic idea is we need to now design this area so that we can start inputting some data. Okay, so let me just get you a perfect design for this. So now here I have got just a basic div where I have set something like anonymous user, a comment, a time, and some random image and some comments, and a comment area and a post button. Now just we need to style this thing so that this can look more good according to our requirements. So what I am personally thinking to do is, let's do something like okay. And now what I will do is this is my chat activity where I have some users, and here I can say class name is equals pg black oscillate 950. It's all about styling and everything. Okay. With this can say text is gonna be white. Okay. Now one thing to understand is if you go to our chat activity, here we have this UL. To the UL itself, you can give text white. But there is one more gotcha in this, that the elements what I have here, okay, so the elements what you see over here, let me just show you one thing. If we can go to the chat group, not in the chat group, sorry, chat room. Here, let's do it something like 200 first of all, so that I can see clearly all of my users being there. P5 will be good. Rounded can be 3XL. Shadow can be XL. Okay. So now here is my activity, and here I can say activity or recents, or what we can say? We can say activity contact or your connects, something like this. Can say it maybe, and that should be in here, where now this entire thing can be converted to a div again like this. Format the code, and I can say class name flex row, and now this is flex and flex row, sorry, flex all, and I can say text as Excel. You can say manage your connects. Here is your list, and followed by the same UI. For this, we can say something like this, where I have just some random. Obviously, this is not the final version. I will be moving them to more specific components. That's why we use this front-end frameworks. So here I can say something like just grab everything for now and place it here. Okay, and let's format this code. Okay, and now what I can do is personally, now here, because these are all centered and we know why these aren't centered. So, and this is a row. So we can say, if we say end, then you can say this is end. But here the alignment towards the y-axis, if we say end, then everything is towards the end, you can see, or you can say start. So everything will be towards the very start or center. So that's why these alignments are how they are right now, right? So now, once we have this area where two areas are there, you can manage your connects, and also you have an area to post. Now, when you want to complement your design, you have two choices. Okay, and those two choices are either you can do something like this. Okay, you can be more specific, or you can shrink your area to write a comment. And with this, these things what you have here, you can, first of all, you need to improve that area as well. So in this spacer, this is my form, but this is the area where each element represents one comment. Let me show you. You can see this thing. So just we need to fix this a bit. So we can say something like, I know you have seen a border. So that image, and here is the border round Excel, and then you have something like this. So just to be very precise, I can do something like BG and then give it a slate of a dark, slightly dark variant, where I can say my text to be 100. Okay, and the anonymous user, we can say text class name, and here also the text can be white. It's a bit lighter tone. Okay, and the values here can be text slate of 200 maybe. Yeah, so this is how we have right now adjusted our design. Plus around it can be shifted to Excel or to Excel maybe. Okay, and again with this we have generally two responses. Let me show you what I'm saying. Let's say this is the sender and this is the receiver. So for the receiver, things will be slightly somewhat like this now. Oops. In this div format, and now you can understand what I'm trying to say. Okay, and with this flex 1, I also need a gap of 2, or if not gap, actually where we have this as an image, we can say ML to have 5 space, and the same goes for this as well. Give me some 5 space, but this time, because that's directly from the sender, we can say that whatever I am sending there, the color will be blue. Okay, so this is how we are managing our tone. Or if you like green bubbles, you can say green as well, where we are managing that, okay, which is from you, which is from another user. For example, let's say this is sender 1. Okay, so sender 1 has given you some message, and sender and your anonymous users message is that even we can say that, okay, there was another sender. Okay, so we can just do something like this, and we can say once you posted a message, somebody else again came to this chat and he or she posted another message where this time this is from sender 2, like this. Okay, so this is how usually chats take place when we are communicating. Okay, in this I will also have padding of 5, padding of 10 maybe. So I have things in more simplistic way. And for this darker tone, let me just reduce it to 300 or maybe 400. Yeah, so that I can maintain uh, a slighter tone. And that is also easier to read to the eyes. Obviously, we all will be just looping through this entire management. But for now, we're just making sure that, okay, things are going in the right direction where we want to. Here, okay, so this is right for me right now. Now, in this course, things can be managed in many ways, but for now, I will like to do a very slight minor change where this text area will be bundled within this area. Okay, but at the same time, the form, I know the form is wrapping this entire thing. We can say class name, and this class name can have flags of row. Okay, and we can say width of full. Oops. We can say width of full. Uh, and in here we can say that, okay, this input is gonna receive a width of full. Maybe we are having some, let me just check. Okay, okay, and this button should be left, I think, but for now we'll leave the design as it is. But this is how our comment section will look. I'm just concerned about one area where the height should be fixed. That means this area's height should be fixed. So for that, this chat bubble, where you see this chat bubble, this area should be fixed, right? So if I show you what I mean is this entire spacer. Okay, if I do something like with PG white, okay, and then I do something like P5, okay, and then do something like not P5 but M3, okay, margin 3 maybe, and then I do margin 2 will be also good, okay, and then I do something like rounded 3x, sorry, like this, and then MB6. Okay, so this area, now this area should be stretchable to just minor extent, but all of those design will be coming to later part of this video in the later sections. But right now, I'm happy to say that we have we have something where we can now, with full idea, we have a full idea how things are gonna work. And another thing is we can have something like this. Let me show you one more activity what I was trying to achieve. Let me just grab this button really quick here. And obviously right now, whatever is there in my mind, I'm doing in that way, but it should be absolutely your idea as well, how you want to deal. I can say to this, or I can say to, yeah, it should go back. So I can say navigate back to dashboard. Okay, and I can say here class name, flex row, w full. Okay, and to this button, I know somewhere there might be a width issue, but let's just fix and can say width of 96 or width of 64 w-dash 15, or what all we have the sizes. I can say fit and text no wrap. Okay, and the x should be 5. Okay, so we have this navigation as well, and here the navigation can be obviously py, and you just do one maybe. Okay, rounded to a G. It's already there. Okay, in the BG should be slate 900. Okay, border and when we click on this, we are back to choose your this. So this is the entire journey what we have currently. Okay, so take the chat room and navigate back. Take the chat room and navigate back. So let's see you in the next section where we'll start creating some group in some state in React, and then we can iterate these values from that state directly, and we can then populate all of our comments directly. We can populate all of our comments directly from an array of state, and then whenever we post a comment, that should also appear here. And plus we'll also do one last activity where if we click on any of these user, we should see the chat history. Thanks for watching, and let's see you in the next section. So now coming to this section of this video where we already created this main starting page, although there can be many more features which you can include into this project, but the main idea was to have some navigation, some responsive design, some Tailwind implementation, some theming, contrast ratios. How do you select some theming? How can you get a starter template for creating a project? Different routing strategies. How do you lay down different components? How do you make reusable components, your state management, and also how do you populate the data with the use of for loops and everything was discussed till now. So now if I go to get started, in the get started, I saw this form, but we were directly going to this chat room, where this chat room I have just revised a bit of the design, where now I have managed your contacts, where some of the contacts are over here, and I can also see who is online and who is offline right now. I also have those green and blue bubble communications and a place to write a comment. Okay, now the thing what we need, and also because if you noticed, we choose chat anonymous and get started, and here in the chat anonymous I've given a please note that current profile allocated as anonymous user. To use a well-defined profile, consider registering yourself as a a new user for our React app. And for this, you can also see that, okay, anonymous user is the one how we register ourselves. Now, once this is in place, now the first strategy, what I am planning to do is let's store our comments in a state where that state can then be utilized just to populate new comments or just to send a new comment. So if we can go to our chat room, currently in here we don't have any chats, right? So all we have is this area which we call it as chat. So if I just remove this area, you can see now this was our chat area, right? So in order to populate the chat, what we can do is this is our chat area specifically, right? And this thing consists our chat area. Good. So first of all, I am gonna provide this entire thing as chat area. And with this, you see this form, I can now say class name of W full to give it a full width, um, like this. So if I can visit back, this is what we have right now, and the parent for this is this. So we can say full width. Now we have our design back, but this area was responsible for this chat area. So what we can do is let's remove this area. Let's go to our chat section, and now let's create a new area where we can say chat. Let's say chats.jsx or like this, and we can say export default function chat or chats, and then let's try to return this chats. Good. Now this chats should be placed here just so that we can at least see what chats do we have. Now this chat also needs to be imported from chats, so we can say import chats from chats, just like this. So if I can go, I can see my chats. And with this, I will also simplify one more thing. This form will also go into a forms thing. So we can say chat text area dot tsx, and I can say export default function chat text area like this. And here I can then return this form just like this. And now, okay, we can let's hit format document like this, and now we can import this chat text area in here just like this. Let's hit save, and also let's format our code like this. Let's reload, and what we have is chat area is not defined. That's because we haven't imported that component. So we can say import chat text area from chat text area just like this. So if I can do a reload, you can see the form is also there and this is also there. Perfect. Now with this, just to simplify things a bit more, I can then say that this is my chat header. Obviously, this is my chat header. So I can simplify this area and I can say chat room header. So let's make chat room header dot gsx just like this. I can say export default function, which is chat room header, which is our simple header. and then we can return another JSX, which is this. Also, we can format this file, and because there should be just one parent, I can wrap into a React fragment just like this, and can format my code a bit. And now in our chat room, we can have chat header. Let's get this guy, and we can say something like import chat room header from chat room header. Perfect. So now if we can reload, we see that the link is not defined, and that's because we do need the link tag from here to our header now, like this. So now if I can do a reload, things are back. So our header is simplified, our chat room looks much neater and nicer. You can see here, and this manage context resides here, and this is our chat activity. And if you want to simplify this thing of much more in a much more nicer way, we can say something like chat activity area dot JSX, and here we can just say export default function chat activity area, and then we can say return like this. And obviously we can also format our code, and we also want to now import this file not here but actually here, like this. And now we can also get this chat activity area over here, and with this we can also say import chat activity area from chat activity area. And now if we do a reload, everything is fine, but now in a more simplified version. And this really looks good to me actually. And we already know that this chat activity area was covered in chat coverage. So this chat cover wrapper is here, and inside this we were having this chat room as a direct link. That means this link, you see, this link is the reason how we are able to see this entire content here under one roof. So now the only thing what remains is we need some way to communicate our chats. So first of all, if we go to this area where we have this chats, so we can go to chats, and in this actually we need to create a chats. So here I have created a data folder, and in the data folder we have comments, and the comments we can say something like const comments, and we can try to create our comments here. So this is going to be an array, and in the array I'm going to create some comments. And how I'm going to design that comment, let's see. So we need the name of the sender, so we can say chat underscore owner. So this is going to be the owner for my chat, who is the author. That means, so there is going to be a owner. For example, I took sender one. So for now I can say sender one, just to be precise, chat owner. Then we should say chat time, and the time quoted is 3:34 p.m. Let's say, for example. Now there is a chat description, so I can say chat description or chat message, and we can say something like this, which was there in the message. And then we can have chat profile, and this profile is this thing. So we can go to our chats, and from the chats can grab this image. For now, where we go, yeah, in the comments, just like this. Now another thing what we require is chat, we can say chat author, and the author is, we can say the author for this chat is other, or we can say opposite, and the opposite will be the one for now who all are sending the message from other, and this opposite basically will help us to differentiate the color, or we can say chat author blue, because we need the blue tone. And this is how we created our first chat. The second will be, let's say, two, like this, and the same thing will be there, just blue. But now, so just to replicate whatever I have in there, I can say something like anonymous user, and the information remains same, but this time chat author will be green. So this thing now I can replicate dynamically, I can populate dynamically. And how is that possible? Let me show you. So I can say something like, for example, export comments for now. Okay, and I can say the name as dummy comments. So this dummy comments, I can go to my chats, and here I can import this dummy comments. So the way I will import this is dummy comments, import one level up, one level up, again one level up. In the data, I have comments. Now this dummy comments is my state. Okay, so how I can do is I now need to have a use state, React use state. Obviously, we can shift our state up, but let's be very into the basics of React. So we can use this hook and we can populate a dummy context like this, and we can say something like comments set comments COMMENT set comments like this. And now what we have to finally do is we have to iterate a loop. Okay, so the loop iteration for this would be in two different ways. For example, let me show you how this can happen. What I will do is I will do something like, here I can do something like function, and the function I can say other JSX. So this is other standard JSX. This is not it, this is others JSX, and I can return something like this, where I can say format, and this function will then return, and then we'll take an input as comment prop, and then this comment prop will be something like comment. We can dynamically populate comment prop like this. And if you know what details we need to put as chat owner, so we can say comment prop dot chat owner here. Then for the time, we can dynamically populate chat time just like this. Then for the message itself, we can populate the message, which is chat message like this. And for the image, we can say something like chat profile like this. And last but not the least, the author I will show you how you need to select for the author, but right now we'll stick to this plan. Now with this, we'll also have our another JSX. So let's just grab this thing, and we can say not order was the sender. Sender means now us who will be sending this post, and we can replace this thing like this. We can also format our code like this. And now what we can really do is we can just replicate the steps here, and another one here. Then your real message will be here, and followed by your image here. So this is how we laid down two functions like this. And now just what we want to do is we want to say comments.map comment, and then we can say something like const which user, and we can say, or we can say is other user, and we can check if it's a other user with this property. So we can say something like comment dot if chat this author is equals to blue. So this is triple equals to blue, and this will yield true if it's other user. That means the background is blue, but it will yield false if the sender is really us. So based on this, we can return two things. We can say if this is set to true with the ternary expression, and we can say if this is true, then pass this comment in this function. Otherwise, use another function like this. So what ultimately for this, let me just check if everything is fine. Yeah, everything seems good. Now here, let me just explain you the logic what we are doing. Here we have created two JSX. Okay, you can also move these functions separately into other places, but right now I will keep these templates here so that it's easy for you to differentiate what we are doing. Ideally, the logic is this is a ternary expression. Sorry, this is an equality check where I check that each and every, because we are doing a map, and map here I will get each iteration, and in each iteration I'm here checking if a comment dot chat author is blue, then is other will be set to true, otherwise it's false. So in a ternary expression, after the question mark, it will check for truity, and if this is not truity, then it will fall back this semicolon, this sorry colon here means else this thing. That's why this thing is behaving like the way it should. Okay, now with this, the other activity should be that once you write some comment, it should get posted as anonymous user over here. How that thing can be possible, let's check. Now to achieve that thing, you know that we have this text area where we have this form, this value. So first of all, so that you can grab this value, okay, you can grab this value, and with grabbing this value, you can also post this value to this state, because this state ultimately contains the entire state. So that means when you set a comment in this comments state, then only things will get re-rendered in the React app. So if you want to achieve that logic, first of all, what we need to do is we need to understand the parent. So the parent of this will be chat room, because chat room consists of chat and chat area. So we need to lift the state up. And how we can lift that state up? We can do now something like this. We need to remove this from here, and we need to move the state here. First step. Now we can also remove both of these imports from here, and we can move this imports slightly here. Good. And just try to always use these things, these React imports on the very top. Okay. So now you will now receive these comments here. Okay. Basically you receive props. So you will say something like props dot. Okay. Like this. And it won't work because you are reading for a blank value. So here I can say something like this: if props dot comments is available, then please show me props dot dot comments. Otherwise, just show me something like no comments. So this is the logical part for handling this thing. So you can see no comments, and I can also do something really fancy here. Span, and I can say a class name. Sorry, a class name of font semi-bold, and I can say text to be red of 700. So you can see now how these things work, and I can say text XL, okay, or you can say you can also increase the size like this, and you can say text to be centered. So I say that no comments because right now I don't have any comments. Okay, because this is already I need to check the tree, what tree we have, and then only we can set the size. But right now I think comments are, because we haven't passed any comments, so we are also checking out truthy conditions, that if the comments is there, then only I show the comments, otherwise there is no comment. No comments posted. So we have this error message where we don't have any comments, and if we do have a comment, and now if we do have a comment, then this thing will start working. Let me show you how this thing will work. But if we are now in this area, and just what we want to do is we want to send comments is equal to comments, and now what you will notice, it starts working. And for example, if you don't have any comment, let's give it a blank area, then we'll start to see that issue. Another thing, what we can do is we can say comments dot length is not available. Okay, so we can check for the length instead of the direct comment, length length. So now no comments posted, but if we start to provide some comments just like this, then we start to see the comment. Perfect. So now this thing really works. And in order to write a new comment, what we can do is we need another state where we can store the comment. So we can say const new comment, and we can say set new comment. And now we need another use state like this. And the default value will be null for this. Perfect. Now what we need to do is we here in this form, first of all, let's do something like type button, okay, like this. And we don't need actually a form because this can be done straight away. So what we need to do is first of all need to have control over this field. So here I can say something like on change or on input, and let's do something like props dot on handle user comment. And now this function will be provided to me as an input. Okay, and let me show you what all values I receive in this function. So now this function should receive should be there in the parent. So I can say something like function on handle user input like this, and I know this function will receive an event by default. That's a JavaScript nature. And to this text area, I can say on handle will be this, or I can say the name as on change, for example, and I can name the input as on change. So let's save everything, and let me just show you in the console logs what will be the value. Console.log event target well. So if I can open up my inspect, I can go to the console, I can just get rid of everything, and defaults level I can remove everything, start typing hello world. Oops, this should be event. like this. Let's do a reload again. And now, hello world, you can see I'm start receiving the updated values. So just now what I want to do is I want to, here I'm receiving the values. That's really good. But finally, I want to update, so I can do, for example, something like this, set new comment. And now this new comment will be available inside this. This is just a beginner practice. Ideally, there are more ideal solutions to it. You can also use ref. Let me ideally show you with use ref. We can say new comment and we can start to remove everything like this, and we can say use reference just to grab the reference for this field like this, use ref. And now we can say something like use ref dot current is equal to this new value. Okay, so we are having this new value, correct? Now once we have this new value in, we want to eventually, when we click on post comment, then only we need to show this comment over here. So how we can achieve that thing, let me show you. So if we are here, we should now have on click, and we can say props dot on click like this. And now this on click should be received from the parent chat room, and I can say function on add new comment like this. And now here on click should now trigger this function, or I can say this should be on post new comment like this, and should also change the prop over here. Perfect. And now ideally what I should do is I should check if not this, I should then alert, please provide a valid comment. Okay, like this I can post in a scope, even bind this into a scope, and then once this thing is done, you can say return. Else what you can do is you can say set comments. Okay, and now set comments will have all the previous comments, priv comments, COMMENTs comments. And now we need to just return, first of all, we need to just spread all the previous comments. Oops, priv comments, and then pass in the new comment. But the new comment is a little bit tricky. You need to do something like const comment. You need to create a new object, and do always remember that the comment what you are trying to post should be in a format where we had our official data like this. So let's do something like this, and because right now we know that okay, this is going to be anonymous user, so let's grab the name as anonymous user like this. For now, let's keep the timing as 12:14 like this, something like that, and the message will be what you have currently in here like this, and this should be set to green. Okay, and then you can add this new comment here. Now with all of these in place, let's see if there is any issues. If I click on this, I see post a valid comment, and now if I have something like hello from SSSSS, I click on post a comment, and now you can see my comment was posted. Obviously, this value won't persist because we don't have any logic to persist this value till now, but you can see that it was working. So if I just do something like provide a valid comment, I haven't written anything, but if I see this is a React based chat app project for beginners. Beginner, so that they can get a flavor of FLAVO, flavor of React.js library with Tailwind, and with Tailwind CSS. So we can now click on post comment, and you can see that I posted my comment and it's in the order. Okay, it's in the correct order. Now, one thing what I would like to do is, as soon as I posted my comment, I should clear the comment area so that somebody else can, so that you only can rewrite the value. So in order to do this thing, you might be already thinking that, okay, after setting the comment, I can do something like new comment or current is equal to this. And let me tell you this won't work. Let me show you why. So if I come up here with this idea and I try to post a comment, nothing works, right? And that's because, and let me show you that it really cleared, because you can see this thing. Now, the only problem with this kind of approach is React only re-renders when a state update is there, and use references out of the box never ever will they will never directly or indirectly get rendered, right? So for that, you need to shift this area into a state. And then, okay, there's one more thing what I want to show you. You can also argue that, okay, you can say something like this default value, and I can say, okay, my default value is new comment. And here I can say something like here default value should be this, right? You can argue with me that this is also fine. So why aren't you performing something like this? Let's go in here and let's do something like that. Correct one. So you can also argue that you can also do something like this. Okay, if I try to post a comment, okay, still no updates. Why? Because this will never re-render. Okay, this won't re-render. Why? Because still this is a used ref. So, for example, if this would have been a set, this would have been a state set new comment, and I would have then done something like set comment. Just you need to now replace those used references like this, and like this, and then set null, remove this. So now what will happen? Not a user is not a function. Oops. And now I can just clear this user reference as well. Okay, let's give a reload. And now if I just do this thing, now also this thing is still there. Let me just check why. If we go in here, we can set this to as a value. Okay, let's check if this is connected well. Chat room, and if I go in here, I write hello. Okay, I can say it. Okay. And now if I just try to post the value and I click, I'm obviously setting this to null, and the value is in here. This is also fine. Props dot default value. So the only issue what we were doing is to this checked area, instead of null, you need to pass a blank string. So we should definitely start with a blank string. And now if we again check our app, okay, and now if we try to post a comment, and now you can see that, okay, the chat area is also getting clear. Perfect. Now with this, what you can also do is you can dynamically create this new date. So we can say something like new date dot to ISO string. Let me just show you what happens when I do something like this. So you can say something like this. You can see we have new date and time. Now you can obviously format this date with the help of something known as moment .js, but that is not the scope of this entire project. But if you want, you can all mention me in the comment section below, and we can have moment.js as well. So now this is really taking shape. Okay, we are able to post the videos. Okay, we are able to post sorry, not the video, sorry, we are able to post a comment as well. Now in order to persist the state, let me show you how you can save your state. So whenever you are trying to add a new comment, at that time, and in this area you can say something like const all comments, and then you can utilize the local storage dot set item. You can say set item, and you can say comments, and right now you can do something like json dot stringify, and you can say all comments like this, or you can say comments underscore dv. So you will save all of your comments whenever you click OK, and then what you can do is, and also there is one more thing, whenever you are trying to set the state at that time, also in the into the storage you can set. But for now, what I will do is I can say something like const db comments is equal to json.pass, because we have already stringified that. You can say local storage dot get item. Okay, we can say local storage dot get item oops comments, and if this is not available, then we can use blank comments, and we can say if this dot length, then this, otherwise this. Let's do write a comment. Let's post, and we can say cannot read properties of undefined. Need to do something like this. Precise, need to do something like this. Let's do a reload, and now you can see we are loading our comment from the local storage. Additionally, we can say another comment, and again we are saving it. Which length? Ideally, it's giving us a problem. Let me just check set comments, and now the comments are in here. Let me just go to my local storage applications, local storage here, and in the local storage, if I click, I have those comments. You can see the comments are available. Let's check which comments it's complaining about for the length. Okay, so the comments basically is cannot read properties of undefined. And do we have an error where it's reporting? Let's check, and it's in jets.jsx here. So we'll also see why this thing happens. Okay, so this is the state. Now let's try to identify why this problem is. Okay, and basically the problem was that we were not returning our comments, and it should always return those comments. So let's do one more thing. Let's quickly try to delete our comment. Application clear. Let's give it a good reload. I can say hello. There is someone online post, and you can see directly we have this, and no matter if we reload, our state persist. So this was how you can persist your state and how you can also do this activity on your own. And this is also somewhat responsive where when we try to shrink our window, things are working fine. So in this section, we have seen how you can iterate your comments, how you can add a new comment, and how things really do work whenever you have such situation, and how you can connect your buttons, your input area, and the entire array to fit in the data as per your needs. And obviously, I can go back, I can again come to this, and my comments are still in place. Now, with this idea, we also have, let's just go back and try to clear my storage. Let's just go to the application, and here I will try to clear my storage. Let's do a reload and everything is fine. Now let's try to populate this as well. So if we go to our text area, into our text activity, this is our entire database collection. So let's again get all of these people out from here, and these people are going to be in connects like this. And here we can say export const connects like this. And now this connects, if we go to our activity area here, and if you see in the chat room, we have this activity area. So it makes sense that if you're managing all of this state here, you should have your connects here only. Is a const, we can say connects underscore set connects, because whoever in future will create a new profile can be your connect. So we can say these are my connects. I can say RC connects, React Chat connects, set RC connects, and this connects will be available to us from import connects from one level up, data connects. Good. And now this should be here. Connects is equal to connects. And if you go to your chat area, you should have a props. And then here it should be connects is equal to props.connects. Like this, because this is now two level inside. And here we can again do props. And now you can say something like you have people over here. So you can say const people is equal props.connects. So when I have this entire setup, and if I do a reload, everything is back normal. I can see that, okay, I can see a list of my connects as well. So now in this place, most of the things are dynamic. Now, once these things are connected dynamically, now what I can do is I can also have a sign up page. So let's say now I click on sign in page. I click on get started. So for this, now in the sections, I do need a sign in, and in the sign in, now I can say something like sign in not tsx like this. Sorry, not tsx, it's jsx. I do work in TypeScript a lot, that's why it's a confusion. And here we can say export default function sign in, and with this I can then do a return and say sign in just to check that okay, everything works. And now this sign in should be available to my main JSX for the routing purpose. So you can say path, and in this path you can say sign in, SIGN, wait, SIGN dash I. You can also put a dash in between and say element, element like this. And here I can say sign in. Obviously, you need to again import sign in. So I can say import sign in from import. And spelling, you need to be very careful while writing spelling in, especially in JavaScript, because in TypeScript, most of your spellings are too checked by the compiler itself. So comments and in the sections, it's sign in. Okay, good. And now the only thing we need to do is we need to go to our dashboard where we have continuous sign in. And now we need to just link the button with the link tag. And for this, what I will do is I will go to this area, and here I was having this link tag, and I can just utilize this link tag like this and can say to sign in format. Okay, this is my link. Let's go in here like this. Let's save like this, and here I can now, and yeah, sign in was red color, so this should be red. And now when I click here, you see we have the sign in. So things are now connected, and now let's get a sign in page really quick. Now, in order to sign in, just I have created a normal Tailwind form where I have the title, two input fields, and a button. And if you are really for the first time, you can just create an account. Now, let's style a little more, then we can shift to the actual creation logic, where already you have two things like this. Okay, like this, two things. And just for this, you need to do one thing. In your config, you have to have a plugin, which is Tailwind CSS forms. And I just did npm install Tailwind CSS dash forms, and everything will work fine. So now what I will do is, because this is a entire page, so here I can say H screen like this, so that this is centered and I get a pretty much good look for this sign in. And here this entire page, I can then wrap this entire situation into a div like this, and then I can say something like class name and give it a bg blue 50. Okay, you can see this thing, so it's working. So I can now say flex all, justify center, items center, and then rounded to 3xl, and then shadow all size, or 2xl. Okay, and the background for this could be anything. Let's say bg black. Okay, I can say bg slate 100, and to the card I can say bg white. Okay, and width should be fit. with EX10 20. Okay. Obviously here the width should be full, and I should also do it as this, maybe even 20. Good. And now just what the requirement is, this thing should be in center. So let's figure out. Okay. A let's whole edge frame, and the justify is sent to this, and items should be also centered. And now our form is actually looking the way I wanted it to be. So yeah, so this is my sign-in form now, where you need to sign in with your email address and password. And obviously you cannot click the form until unless you provide the password. So if you try to click, you can see this thing that, okay, you have something like this, but how will you redirect? That's the main idea. So for now, we'll remove all of these things, especially like this, and you can keep it as a div, one here. Perfect. And then uh, okay, and then what I just need is I can say something like this should be a button, or for now I can say something like on click. I can say on navigate to chat room directly. Will take you to the chat room. And now this function should then take you to the chat room. So I can say something like function or navigate to chat room like this. And now we need to have use navigation like this. And now this use navigation, actually this should be use navigate. Yeah, use navigate, and I can say const navigate like this. And just let me show you, I can then take you back to chat room. Yeah, based on some specific condition, although that's required, that you should go back to chat room once you logged in, but you can see that okay, you were available here. So here in this sign in, this should be the scenario that you should be taken back, and just to make this thing work with our own custom theme, let's just grab this thing, and now this looks much more towards our UI, where when I click on this thing comes. When I click on this area comes. When I click over here, my chat room is also available. Can go to back here. This is also available. Now let me show you one more thing. Now here the navigation is in place, but now what should be the case when you want to go from here to here, from here to that page? It should be something like let's see, you have something like const username is equal to useref. Okay, you need to have the useref. Const password is equal to useref. And for example, right now, just to check, I can say something like const valid user is equal to react chat react underscore chat at the rate react chat rc.com. For example, you can say const valid password is equal to, suppose, react 123, like this, and can store this somewhere here. And now I can say if username.current dot to lowercase is equals valid user and end password dot current dot to lowercase, like this, is equal to valid password. Then navigate here, okay, and we'll also return from here. Otherwise, can allow and say not a valid registered user. We can also say something like this. So all of your validation, whatever you want, you can keep it here. And then you can also say two more functions, where I can say function on handle username, like this, and can also say a function on handle user password, like this. In both the functions, I'm gonna receive an event, and here I can say something like username.current is equal to event.target value, like this. And for the password, the same thing, password dot current is equal to event dot target dot value. Perfect. And now just you need to bind this two of the function handler functions with your input. I can say on handle, sorry, on input, this function, and on user password, this function should be mapped here. On password, on input, input, this should be okay. So we can quickly check if everything is working fine. And yeah, use ref will be imported from React. Import use ref from React. Now, if we do a reload and we try to sign in, do we have a function bind with this? On click, perfect. And now we can say we can now say what is our okay. Okay, so now we are available towards our chat. So this is how we did this thing. If I write something wrong, I can say not a valid user. Okay. So this is how you can create your user. And if you have something like you want to create a new user, it's definitely worth creating a new user. Just you can say something like another section where I can see it. New folder, create an account, and can say sign up dot gsx gsx, and now here I can say sign up like this, not required, something like this, required, definitely not required, sign up to our application like this. And we can say already remember, considering the signing in to your account like this. And now this sign up can be registered with your main.jsx, where you can have again another route where you can say a path like this, sign up like this. Element is obviously sign up, and this will be available. Create an account, sign up, .js like this. Okay, and we need a comma, sure, sign up. And now you can again go to your another page, which is create an account, and just as we did for others, we can just say something like this, and then we can surely have a link, and we can say to sign up. So just remove this button for now. This is your sign up. Sign up to our application. This is your area. You can now sign in. Okay. You can say email, password. Okay, email. You can say, oops, sign in. Now, for example, and here where you have this password, you can say password and confirm password. ID, confirm password, name is confirm password, confirm password. Okay, can have a label like this. Confirm. And here I can also have empty-2, empty-3. What will also work. Okay. And do not need this. So confirm password, and I can see create account, confirm, and create account. So this is also done, and now I can create my account here. And if you don't have your account, you can also go back to your sign in account. So with this, we have most of the template being set up, and this is how you can also try to incorporate any of your design. Now, the final thing what you will have into this application would be termed as a task for you, where now you know that okay, here you can create a group and then you can communicate. Here you can continue to sign in, or let's link this as well. So in order to link this thing, it's quite easy. You can just go to your sign in, and here, as you're creating an account, just shift this to your link like this quickly, and this will be you. And you can say sign up. Okay, to sign up, and you know that you need to have that link. So that link will be available from this. If you click on this, you are taken to sign up, and the vice versa. You can go from this to here as well. So it's link like this, where I can say to sign in link. Let's save this thing. So here also you are able to switch. Okay. So this is also now available. So all of our links are now working properly, where we can also sign up. We can sign up. We can sign in. We can chat anonymously, can have a group, can navigate back. Further, if you want, you can add your team members as well, just represent your teams. You can also have some another links, maybe your YouTube account, maybe you can describe your information. You can also attach some blogs to this project if you want. You can also have your the ones who are using your project, you can have that as well. You can also we have also connected our chat over here, so that is also working fine. And with this, we have also this dynamic population of our manage your connects. So this is how we have created this entire template. I hope this was really useful, and I see you in the next section. Now, once the user logs in, what should be displayed? So this is the last thing what we have right now. So let's say I logged in or I created an account. So what should be available? Because I don't want to go to this screen ideally. Actually, I should, when logged in from here, I should directly go to my login screen, right? So that is the criteria for me now. Now for this, there are two options. First of all, we can lift the state up, or we can separate the state to a more differentiated pattern where we can differentiate our state into a Redux. So for this, we can use React Redux. Let me just show you how you can achieve that thing. So we can say something like React Redux, like this, React Redux, and we can click on get started. And now you can also install React Redux. Now this React Redux, in order to install this, we can open up a terminal here. Let's quit and do a npm install React Redux. So once the React Redux is installed, we can then get a provider. So provider is nothing but a place from where our entire application can receive the data. So if we can see our structure, we can go to the source, we can go to the components in the main.jsx, and there we just need to have a provider. So if you see, this is our root provider. So in the root provider, we can say something like this now, like this. And this provider will be coming from React Redux. So we can also get this import just like this. Great. So once we have the import, now what we need to do is we need to have our store. So in order to get the store in, we need something known as a store, and such a store can be created like this configure store. Okay, so configure store then should accept reducers. So what I will do is here I will try to create something known as Redux like this, and in the Redux I can then have my store. So I can say something like this, store.js like this, and in the store.js let's import this utility like this. Great. And in order to do this, you also need to install this package. So I can do npm install Redux.js toolkit. So this toolkit will provide you this configure store. And once you have the configure store, you can import the store and pass in the store. So how to import the store? Let me just show you. It's quite simple how you can provide this. So you have created your configure store. Okay. And now just to use this thing, we can simplify this with the help of the entire store. So the concept here really says that, let me just show you. If I have some diagram here and there, guides, not in guides, getting started. Okay, so I can explain you with one important thing. What Redux does is Redux tries to extract the entire state into a separate directory, and then that state is independent of any component. That means each and every component get a subscription to the data, to the store, and can fetch or deliver the data accordingly. So this is what our entire Redux is. So when I say quick started, we already installed React Toolkit, created a Redux store. So create a file name this, import the configure store API. Will start by creating an empty Redux and exporting it. This creates a Redux store and also automatically configure the Redux dev toolkit. That means the dev tools is the extension which helps you to debug your Redux code, so that you can inspect the whole store while developing. So now we'll provide the Redux store to the React. Once the store is created, we can make it available to our React component by putting a React Redux provider around it. Import the Redux store we just created, put a provider around it, and pass it. So according to this, it says that in your main.jsx over here, you can now do something like this, but as I said you here, it's inside the Redux, and in the Redux you have that store. So now we are also providing this store in here. So if we try to run our dev, okay, like this, and if we start to reload, and if we see the inspection tool in the console, we have store doesn't have a valid reducer. That's quite understandable because we haven't created a so-called reducer in our application. So once we have the store in, we can then again rush over here, and the next thing what we can do is to create a so-called reducer. Now, in the best thing about Redux is you can create states into their specific area. That means you can have different slices for your state. For example, if I need connects, I can create a slice for connects. If I need chats, I can create a slice for chats. So here now what I will do is I can say something like connects.js like this, and now this will be my one of the slice. So here I can say something like connects slice.js like this, and then we can import this slice just like this from the React toolkit, and just we need to then create a new slice. Now this creation of new slice takes exactly few arguments, where specifically there are three. First of all, you need to name the slice, and I can say that this is my connects. I can say connects underscore redux underscore slice. I can name this thing like this, and then it needs the initial state. Initial state means at initial what is your state. So we already know that our initial state in the connects reside over here, so we can say something like import import connects from and we surely know the path for this. It's data slash connects like this, and an initial state will be connects now. Okay, and then last and least what we need is the reducer. So the reducer is nothing but a manipulation criteria callback. We can say it where we never ever reassign to a state, but we mutate. Actually, we mutate the object. More on this can be understandable in a separate Redux project, but for now, this is what it is. And here we can just say right now we don't have any kind of reducers over here, but I can say something like uh, add a new connect. I can say something like this. And now here I receive two things, state and action. Okay, so I receive a state like this, and then I can say okay. From here, I first of all need to grab all of my state like this, and then here you also receive an action, and inside the action you receive the payload. So I can say like this, and I can say action dot payload. So like this, I can copy all the old state plus my new state. So this is one of the reducers what we have created. And now we can just export all of our reducers, and the reducer we are exporting will be this from this slice like this. And finally, we can export default our slice dot reducer. So in order to do this, just do something like this, and in this we have this reducer object, and we are just exporting this. Now once this thing is done, this newly created slice what you have created just now, let's import this, and this needs to be registered into your store like this. So we can say something like connects reducer, and this reducer connects reducer needs to be registered something like this. So we can say something like connects and connects reducer, and this name totally is up to you, but I would like to keep the name similar to what I have over here, and like this I have this, but the path is a bit off. Actually my slice is just here. And once you have successfully linked your configure store, now everything will be available. So if I try to check, everything works. But this time, now the main catch is once we have our connects store, okay, now you no longer in your connects. If I show you something like, let's quickly go to the connects section. You see all these connects right now, these all the connects are powered by props.connects, and this props.connects were available to us from the chat room. Here you can see connects. Now we can just totally get rid of this, and also we can get rid of this, and instead now to receive my connects, it's quite simple that you want to just use selector hook. So how can you use this use selector? Let me show you. You can just do something like con use selector, and just to be very precise, this use selector will come from React Redux. So we can now import this thing like this, and right now we are just only interested in use selector. Use selector helps you to select a particular slice from that entire state, and that's why what I will now do is I can say something like this. If I go to my main, sorry, if I go to my store, this was my state, so I can then grab my state. I can say this is my connects like this, and now this connect can be delivered here. So if I do a reload and I go back, you can see now my connects are back. So this time we are using an external store to maintain our state. That's really cool. Now the only other slice what we can create over here will be our comments slice.js. Now remember how we created our connects slice. The same way we'll try to create our comments as well. So this is comments like this, comment slice, comment slice, comment slice, and we can say add a new comment like this. This time this is also known as comments slice, and we need to use our comments, and these comments will be available from here. So we can say dummy comments grab from comments, right? And we then link this just like this, and finally we have this function like this. And once we have this function, what we can do is we can create this, and then now here this is my comment slice, and now I can go to my store just like this, how I just utilize this area. And now it's actually comments 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 reducer. Now we can also try to connect our comments reducer, but this time this is comments just like this. And now it's straightforward how you connected, how you got your selection from here. The same way this will work. Okay, the same way this will work. Now how can you do such thing? Let me just show you. You can say something like this, pass in the comments for now, and from the store you can grab your key like this. And for now let's simply switch off this feature like this. Let's also switch off this feature right now, and let's remove this direct data access over here. And for now let's also comment this area, but let's hit save. And if we go to the application, you can see our comments are live. And now once we have this comments in here, now the only thing which remains is actually is your comments, right? So how you can post a comment? So in order to post a comment, you can say something like use dispatch. Now use dispatch helps you to dispatch an action from your component itself. So we can say something like, instead of setting a new comment, we can say use dispatch, and now use dispatch wants a function. So it should be something like const dispatch is equal to use dispatch like this. And now you can use this function dispatch, and now this dispatch requires a function, for example, add new comment. So we can now import add new comment like this inside this add new comment, and this add new comment then needs to be taken from your store. Okay, so we can say something like import import add new comment from one level up. Let's fix the spelling for our import. Import, actually this should be the right thing. And now we can say import one level up, one level up, one level up, Redux slash your slice. For me, this is this. So if I can again go back, everything is super fine. Now the only area, this add new comment, what this can do, this can now grab your comment and can post it directly. So let's see what happens if I try to now write a comment. Let's say hello and I post this, and for now nothing happens. Let's see if there is any problem. Action.payload is not iterable. Encountered same key, and well, I will show you what this error means, but this is something like payload. Okay, now first of all, let's check before going in here and returning something like this. Let's check two things. What do we actually get inside this, inside the action? So we can say console.log, console.log, and let's see what we get inside this action. So here, if I try to again write hello and I try to post a comment, you can see I'm getting my payload like this, and in this payload I have an object, right? So here I can say something like this. That pass in my action payload. Now it will work. Okay. So now, and another thing what I want to show you is whenever you are iterating on anything, for example, I am trying to iterate over my chat activities. At that time, you should always and always give a key, and this key for me would be index, and it should be unique. React re-renders the entire UI correctly when it is aware that okay, this is key number one, this is key number two. That means total iterations, all iterations should have a unique roll number or index. That's why we give the special key prop, which is available to any of the HTML elements in React. So this key is available here. And if we go to the chats, the same activity we should also use when iterating towards a iterating over something like this. So we can say index, and we should definitely pass index over here so that each and every iteration what we do makes sense. So we can say something like this, and now we can say key is equal to index to be very to correctly implement the React fundamentals. So here we can say something like key is equal to index, and now this is what it is. Now if I go and do a reload, everything is simple, but this time if I try to post something like hello and I click on post, you can see my entire React app works, and this time it's using the Redux state slice, and which seems very good. Even I can add something like Sam and I can say post, and I can see more comments for me. The only thing which remains is regarding the local store. So now while we want to persist our state, there are two options. Either because here we were storing something like this, so now what we can really do is we can trim this logic from here like this, and instead of using this logic directly, and for your reference I will just save this lines here so that you can know okay, we are using Redux state slices instead of a normal use state. So here what I can do is I can go to my comments slice, and before returning this I can say something like const all chats like this, and here you can do any of these side effects like this here, and I can also say something like return all chats. So all chats can be saved like this, And now once you anytime add a new comment, this will be saved to local storage and then it will be returned. So this is one thing what you can achieve. Another thing would be that you can still try to listen for your comments like this. You can still listen for your comments, but this time you can say that okay, let me just show you once what is happening right now. So if I come up here, if I go to inspect, if I go to the application, if I go to the local store, in the local store I can just simply go and click on clear. Now if I post something like this, hello, this is Siddhartha, like this, and if I click on post, okay, this comment is here. If I can go to my applications, I can see that a new comment was added. Hello, this is Siddharth, which is good. But if I try to reload, this is never fulfilled to me again. Why? Because this is not fulfilled to me because when I go to my comments slice, this was added but never retrieved to give me back the data. So in that case, what we should do ideally is we can configure this logic there itself in the slice, and we can say something like this initial state we can say that if we do something like this, okay, if we do something like this, and here we can say if this is available then deal with this, otherwise it should be this. So we can say if this is available, okay, then give me this, otherwise give me this. So with this, just a simple change, you can see my anonymous user is in place. But if I post another comment, hello, this is also in here. If I do a reload, I still have my state. And if I want to clear my state, let's say if I try to clear my state, if I do a reload, my state is back, and I can say hello, and I can again post a comment, and I can also do a reload and my state persists. So this is how we have implemented a external store for the state management as well. Now it's up to you how you want to manage your state, because here I have given you two solutions how you can manage your state, either using a Redux store, which is a really good and powerful library. Still more features to it, but as a beginners to Redux, this should be well good for you to understand. This is how you create your templates, and this is how you can manage your state using Redux.